Hey, everybody.
Counter to that. So specifically,
well, as it relates to the intent to commit the crime, but there does not have to be an intent that a death occurred with either second-degree murder or manslaughter.
I think the way it's written, Your Honor, is confusing. That's my concern with the jury.
Mr. Evans, Ms. Ketterman.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. Second-degree murder, I think, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear, the standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it known.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Fulfer is explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with it. Your Honor, given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, look at the charging document briefly. As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markell. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markell. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessers.
Moment.
As I'm understanding, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty.
No, Mr. Evans, to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter and the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
They're talking at the phone, Judge. We're fine with doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call clear from defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy of waiving all lesser-included crimes?
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is.
Then you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second-degree murder and manslaughter as options.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
We'll remove any reference from second-degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Yo, why would... Yo, she's that confident. She's thinking the jury... Like, the tactic, I'm guessing, is make it to where they're like, well, I don't feel like it's first degree, and I don't want to charge her with this. And I'm like, girl, and maybe it'll work. I would have been like, put the second degree up there, put the manslaughter up there. I'll take this lesser charge. But again, anything's a life sentence. So for her, it's like, you might as well.
Two principal instructions after count one. Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Give me one moment. Right, concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count two. We would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the request to change. Let me repeat it once again. So this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor. And given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir. And I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to for both sides.
Yes. Right, as to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness. After reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold, as that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those two items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach.
Demonstrative, though, is not evidence.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
Two calendar. One was the one with the tag number. I don't see that here, Your Honor.
May I ask you?
Exhibit 142, Your Honor. And the reference is on the Friday, June 13th. It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
As to this particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this as completeness?
Your Honor, it's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from the submitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And additionally, the conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment. So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I believe that stays with the evidence. Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Cover that. Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection where it says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first-degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment. First-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the, change that to indictment, not information. Count 3 of the indictment. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No, sir.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments, as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all 3 counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. An investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible. And that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
Hey everybody, hey Tori, hey Tugs, thanks for being here. Hey Sofa Squad, so we're just waiting. So as of now, well, first of all, we have Sofa Jackie in the courtroom. She's given us tea from the courtroom. Donna has waived lesser charges, so she must think that, you know, it's all or nothing kind of a tactic, which you know, they're probably going for no one's going to want to put a little grandmother away for life. And she's like, I've lived a good life. Harvey and I, we had it all. I had the ball gowns, the high society dinners in West Palm. You know, it was nice. It was nice. Jackie says Donna has approached the sidebar. So I'm guessing, y'all, we could possibly have a verdict today. Now, if we have a verdict today and it's all said and done, tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, Megan Boswell's sentencing is going to take place, and we'll stream that. So, yes, we have Sofa Jackie in the courtroom. She would do. Oh, look, Georgia is serving. She's got her red. She's got her red. Hey, what's going on? You don't like those little flip flops? So tomorrow, 1:30 is Megan Boswell sentencing, Eastern time. She is in Tennessee, and this is going to be on like the lesser charges. Wait, is it a pre-sentencing safety meeting? Is that what it is, Susie? I thought it was sentencing. They've put that off so many times. Y'all, she's already sentenced on the biggest charge, right? It might be today. Let me look up. Hey, it very well could be, and I could be wrong. And if so, then we'll either do a rewatch or we'll just talk about it. I think what we're gonna do is Saturday do like a almost like a case, you know, on this channel. Hold on, Megan Boswell. Can I help you? Hello. Can I help you? Hello. Can I help you? Okay, so it is not. So scheduled for September 5th, 1:30 p.m. So depending on how today goes, that's what will happen. Dr. Barry, I was going to text you to see if you wanted to hang out Sunday. I'll send you a what do you call it? A DM. I see Smog's name in the room. Y'all, Smog's here. Watch out, everybody. He's on a mission today. Yeah, awesome, Dr. Barry. Come on. I was like, hold on. Okay, come on. Come on.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures. You're not to make any facial movements. You're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume presume at 9:25, the parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
Okay, we determined yesterday that it was Georgia. The inappropriate noises were Georgia. I'm just joking. Although she probably was a few of them. Just like, Wait, hold on. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, so what will happen is, so 9:25, jury's going to come in, opening arguments, closing arguments will take place, and then the case is going to go to the jury. So it would be nice if it was done by lunchtime, because I feel like we could definitely have a verdict, right? I mean, I feel like they just have to play those phone calls and call it good. So we shall see, and that's what we will do. So what we're going to plan on doing is Sunday afternoon at some point. I mean, I haven't set this up yet. Y'all just saw me if you've been in here. Dr. Barry and I are going to hang out and review. Saturday at some point, I'm going to do more of like catch up on all the cases that are going on, because we've had Barry Morphew. Tomorrow we'll have what's her name, Megan Boswell. Just a lot of stuff, and then some maybe more like lighthearted, humorous stuff. Speaking of, you know what? We'll do a little quick thing here. Now, this might get flagged to take down at some point, but it is what it is. Let me find it. Okay, so y'all remember how I keep saying like, oh, Donna needs to feign an emergency situation? Okay, so this is the case that I told y'all about. It's like a long time ago, y'all, of the dude who pretended to have a heart attack and the thing. So that's what this is.
Courthouse in Dayton, Ohio, for the trial of Keeson Wilkins. Wilkins is charged with felony assault and multiple other charges after he allegedly attempted to murder a man in Dayton, Ohio.
Did she inform you that she had family in another part of Ohio?
Wilkins is choosing to act as his own attorney and seems to be struggling.
She did not provide me with that information now. She never provided with you. Excuse me, hold on a second. Your Honor, excuse me for a second. I need some time.
We're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please step out.
A few minutes later, Wilkins is apparently unresponsive while sitting in a chair.
The record should reflect that the defendant is slouching over to the side and acts like he's sleeping. His breath appears to be quite normal. Doesn't appear to be labored in any way. Is that a fair assessment, sir?
Yes.
It's not labored in any manner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does he appear to be doing anything to you other than sitting in that chair?
No, Your Honor.
That's a smelling salt.
Oh, a remarkable change. Thank you. Anything, Mr. Thompson? Mr. Wilkins, do you have any questions for this witness, sir?
The judge is asking Wilkins if he wishes to continue questioning the witness.
I'll take that as a no, sir. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
The lack of urgency on the part of the judge or anyone else in the court is because Wilkins has resorted to many distractions and delay tactics during the case already, though this was by far the most dramatic.
Mr. Wilkins, as I advised you yesterday, sir, your disruptive behavior was challenging your ability to continue to represent yourself. You've been checked out by trained deputies who are medics. You've been checked out by a registered nurse as well as an emergency medical technician, all of whom indicate that there is nothing.
Thank you.
physically
Keep
wrong with
up
you,
the bad
nor any
work.
reason why
I
you couldn't
appreciate
continue
it.
here, sir. As
That's
I
sweet of
advised
you.
sir, and this the case law is very clear about, your behavior will not cause a mistrial. It certainly may have an effect on the jury. Sir, in 5 minutes, I'm going to start again. with or without you.
Despite his committed performance, Wilkins is eventually found guilty of felony assault, discharging a firearm into a habitat, and having a weapon while under disability, meaning he was a felon while in the possession of a firearm. He's currently
Thank you. Keep up. So he's currently serving a 48-year prison sentence. Good morning, Sean. Good morning, everybody joining. Y'all, so, okay, reasons showing that you can fully expect Donna's getting the smelling salts today. The way everyone was just standing around and, like, the judge is like, would you say that he's breathing normally? No labored breathing. He just appears to be sleeping. I was like, but you got to give it to him. He was committed, right? Because he was like, I'm going to have to play this out. We're just going to have to ride the whole thing out, right? Because once you do something like that, you got to just take it to the end. Doesn't matter if everybody is in here saying, like, he's fine, he's just pretending to sleep. You're going to have to get the smelling salts out. We are committed to this moment. We're committed to this role. We've got to ride it out to the very end. And yeah, legit surprised Daryl Brooks never pulled that. But honestly, Donna needs this moment. This is the only thing. This needs to be part of the closing statements, right? This needs to be, yeah, right. Yeah, I was impressed by his motivation too. So he represented himself. And yeah, that one, that's always a classic. Always a classic. But I hope everybody's doing well. If you're just joining, the jury will be coming out about 9:25 and closing arguments will begin. Donna has chosen to waive her right to all lesser charges. So it is an all or nothing for Miss Donna, and I'm curious how that went. Hey Northwest, hey Amanda True Crime. So yeah, you know what, Northwest? I haven't watched, like, I haven't even caught up on any of it yet. So I'm not sure if I will or not. I'm doing good, Amanda. I hope you are. I know yesterday does feel like a weekend ago, Anna. Yeah, Ginger Snaps. I agree. I think what Donna is going for, now again, keep in mind, again, this is just, sofa speculation or whatever. Anything is a life sentence for Donna. I mean, even a 5-year charge. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, maybe not 5 years, but I mean, it could be, right? And so I think she's going to, like, all or nothing it. She's going to go with the whole thing of nobody wants to put a little grandmother on this, away for life. I don't want to give them the option, because she might feel like if I give them the option for something lesser, they're going to definitely go with that as opposed to the worst thing. Right? Because it's like, and now if you do look at it, and I'll have to see how Georgia frames the story, okay, first degree murder versus whatever, manslaughter. Yeah, see, Northwest says no lessers may work for Donna, betting if she didn't pull the trigger. That's the thing, like the whole thing of, like, it's not first degree, she didn't do that, she didn't. See what I'm saying? So it might work for her. Javi might be driving home today. Oh, Javi, I can't wait to be in your arms again, Javi. Cuddled up on the sofa, eating a little glazed over honey bun. Javi, I'm going to melt in your arms like a glazed over honey bun in the jailhouse microwave. Come here, baby. I can't, yo. Smog said, Javi, put the kettle on. Mama's coming home. She's doing that little Cardi B shimmy. Mama's coming home, Javi. Get the kettle ready, baby. I can't, y'all. I can't. And I don't even know if Donna likes honey buns, but in my world, she has to. You have to like them, like, right? Come on now. Come on. Let's get it together. It's a honey bun now. Come on. Oh. Oh yeah, you know she walks around there. You know she walks around there. Like she owns the place. Like she owns it. Like she has made room for her. We're not going to chew that up. No, we don't do that, sweetie. Okay, there we go. Like she's got room for her baby grand piano. Yeah, Smog says honey buns are probably the most expensive in the vending machine. That's why she likes them 100%. It's like a flex. She's like, I've got so many honey buns. I'm going to have to ask for extra storage. I can't even store them all. Yeah. Charlie was going to come on the stand. But he didn't. That's the kind of love that I get from my children. We kill her husband. She doesn't call us. Most kids would. Not mine. Not an Adelson house. Maybe everybody else's house in the block. Not this one. I mean, literally, I can just hear her. Just a wretched human being. I pray she gets convicted. Poor Dan's parents, and obviously Dan. I mean, that would really burn my toast if she walked out of there. Yeah, I think Sea-Witch says, anybody else loving the trend of ridiculous narcs, to get doing this situation in jail? I think that in trials and stuff, I feel like I need to do a playlist of these people. Like, and I'm thinking Donna, obviously. Well, see, the difference though is like Donna is more, she didn't take the stand or testify on her own behalf, right? Oh, Jackie says that Donna smiled at me again. She's like, hello, you over there in the gallery. I love those red glasses. I used to have some when I was on the streets. That's what they call it in here. When you're on the streets, I already know the lingo. I'm pretty much a hardened criminal. She's like, you over there with the red glasses on your head. Do you need any dental work? You want to say anything nice about me? Maybe we could, cut a deal. Maybe throw in some soups. Maybe some honey buns. You don't have honey buns in the UK? They're probably it's probably just an American thing. They're probably banned everywhere else because they're so terrible. But over here, it's like, no, honey buns for everybody. Right. I haven't had a honey bun in a long time. I mean, I love a honey bun. I mean, who doesn't? I love a good honey bun. Yeah, Jackie, do you want a grand piano? Dr. Barry says, you'll get a grand piano. You'll get it. We all get. Hold on, y'all. I got major news here. Hold on. Please hold. Hello? Hello, is this thing on? Yeah, this is Donna. Hello, I'm coming to you from cell block 8. You'll probably remember my case. I was wrongly convicted. She's gonna start a little podcast. Okay, so honey buns are like Cinnabons. I should get some at some point for people. I forget that everybody doesn't know, what I mean, to have the same stuff or whatever. Now, I'm going to be straight up, and I've said this before. A plain honey bun. Now, the glazed cinnamon honey bun place, you will go into sugar overload. Okay. 100%. But like, if you take a regular honey bun and you put a little peanut butter and jelly, how do you do it? I can't remember if you warm it up first, but you put peanut butter and jelly and put it in the microwave for like maybe 10 seconds, y'all. And I know you're like, Paul, that's horrifying. Well, of course it is, right? Ooh, pecan rolls too. I'll take out a whole thing of pecan rolls. Jackie says that she looked, hold on. I'm typing to Jackie, who's in the room, because she can't listen to us while we're in there. So I said, I wonder what she would do if you were a free Donna, a hashtag free Donna shirt. Can you imagine if you did that in there? Yeah, pecan rolls. Oh, pumpkin spice cinnamon rolls are so good. They are. So everything is pumpkin spice right now in the States, at least here in the South. And I'm talking, I've been pretty good about it. I've only had one pumpkin spice latte, and I did get the pumpkin spice creamer. I will say that. One of the things that is like, we can't have stuff like this in this house, is pumpkin spice Cheerios. Y'all, when I tell you, there's nothing better. Oh, Amber Emergency had a pumpkin donut yesterday. That sounds so good. Pumpkin custard ice cream. Oh my gosh. Good morning, Diva. How are you? Good morning, Diva. Shooba-doo-doo. Yeah, Jay Shreen says probably should rename the president the Adelson Institute, right? Maybe they could do a wing. They'll do a wing after her. Oh, I haven't tried the pumpkin spice Frosted Flakes. Come on. They published Bo's diary, and that's how Bo got to know you. Luke. I mean, they are at each other's throats today. Okay, hold on, y'all. I said, what do y'all want from me? What do y'all want? No, we're not doing all that. Go on. I mean, one puppy gets up, the next one gets disturbed. Is this what y'all did when you were little babies? No wonder y'all never sleep. Please hold. I said, what do y'all want from me? Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta do something on the other screen. So I'm right here, but I'm here, but I'm doing this. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Hold on, yeah, I'm having to respond to a few things real quick. Megan Boswell sentencing is tomorrow at 1:30. We'll be streaming it or rewatching it, depending on, like, we'll make this priority, obviously. Pardon me. So, y'all, sorry, I've been having to answer some phone calls and stuff like that. And that's so cute. Em says she had a nightmare because I was at her house and it was messy and and she was frantically cleaning. Trust me, we would fit right in. You don't have to feel like you got to clean up for me, even in your nightmares, right? So any minute now, they're going to bring the jury in and start closing arguments. Donna has waived her right to lesser charges, and we're going to see what happens. I mean, hopefully they'll send it to the jury by lunchtime, and they'll be like, okay, everybody. Susie says that security guard's lawyer was so annoying towards Cardi. Yeah, and another thing too that he did. So on Cardi, I was watching more. I can't get enough of that. He was so, like, some of the questions he would ask, well, a lot of the questions he would ask her were so offensive. Like the one where he's like asking her about her hair, and she's like, "They're wigs," and he's like, "Oh, this wig today is pretty," and it's just like, I don't know. And then he also is like throwing his client under the bus. Saying like, "Let's go ahead and say it. Is she overweight?" It's so weird. Yeah, you know Wendy's at home, like, yeah, that's it. Send her to prison. Send her to prison. Hey na na na, hey na 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 na. I said, hey now, don't dream it's over. Donna, Donna, it is over. Dun 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 dun. Shooby dooby doo, dooby dooby doo. Ariana Grande and Miley Cyrus did like this little backyard kind of concert, and they did a cover of that song together, sitting on a sofa. And y'all, they absolutely killed it. Now, of course, nothing can hold up to the original, right? But ooh. Yeah, that song, hey now. I'm 80s music, sorry. Nothing, I mean, it's my jam. Now I like other genres and time zones of music as well, but very nostalgic time period for me. Very and also when you look at like pop stars, so we're talking Michael, Madonna, who were the other mega pop stars during that time? Well, I mean, maybe these people weren't of the same. Well, no, I think they were. Cyndi Lauper, Why am I drawing a blank? Janet Jackson, but she was more like 90s. By Lionel Richie, Prince. Thank you. I can't believe I'm like blanking it. Donna, yes, thank you, Donna Summer. I mean, Debbie Gibson. My God, Debbie Gibson. George Michael. Yes. See, they just don't. It sounds so cheesy. They don't make them the same way they used to, right? They just don't. I think we're alone now. Ooh, wow. There doesn't seem to be any honey buns around. Coach go, tell me, come on, chameleon. Tom Petty. We got Tom Petty in the courtroom with us. The Bengals. Is this burning an eternal flame? Close your eyes. Give me your hand. Cha-cha. Dun, 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 dun. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. I tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Hey, Miss Chris. Oh, yeah, Queen. Yeah, Foreigner. Duran Duran, Air Supply. The Cure, of course, The Cure. I love them. So, for those just joining, Miss Chris, this is what's happened. Donna, we're waiting on them to come back. They're 5 minutes late. They're going to start opening, closing. I keep calling it opening. It's closing arguments. Donna has waived the what do you call it? The lesser charges. So she's going for all or nothing charge, and that's basically what we're waiting on. We're just kind of in a holding pattern. We're just sitting here like, okay, any day now. Hey, what's everybody doing? The equilibrium amongst the dogs has been set. In case he says, but no one can guess our average age range in this chat. I know, right? Fleetwood Mac, they are so good. Hey, Big Bird. Hey, Giraffe. Yeah, Journey's good. Police, yep. No, I didn't see the video. Who has it? Tanika? I need to go look that up. Donna pulled a fake emergency. Donna's in the chair right now talking about. And the judge is up there. I would like everybody to note Donna is breathing fine. She's actually drooling a little bit. Guns N' Roses was good too. Pixies. Erasure. Step inside. Dun dun dun. I said Friday, I'm in love. Def Leppard. Oh yeah, Def Leppard. When I think of Def Leppard and Guns, so I listen to Def Leppard at the gym. I listen to them and Nirvana as like when I'm like lifting. Like I like kind of like aggressive, like that kind of music when I'm lifting weights. Pour some sugar on me. Dun, 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 dun. Pour some sugar on me, please. That's it. Yes, I think of the state fair. I think of the pirate ships going up and swinging back and forth. All that, so good. I guess Donna's slumped over. Honey bun hanging off the side of her mouth. They're like, no, she's not feigning anything. She's in a sugar coma. She just pounded 3 cinnamon honey buns in the back that Harvey snuck in contraband. He's catching charges in here. Yeah, Nirvana's album Bleach is an amazing album to lift weights to. Now, Nevermind is as well, but Bleach has like a raw, like aggressive, angry energy to it. That's great to just like really get you going. Be like, yeah, let's throw these weights around, bro. Oh, Brenda, so you found the video. Brenda says you just watched Ariana and Miley singing that song. Yeah, it's such a cute. It's just a good version. They really complement each other. Yeah, 9 Inch Nails is good. Yeah, Primus. That's another. Y'all are naming some good ones. Yeah, since we're doing this, I'm gonna go get more coffee. That will make them start. I mean, I'm just gonna go right over here, but it's not like I'm going to Starbucks or something. Oh, God, you're so cute. Look at this. He was all snuggled between my legs. He says, "What's going on, Daddy?" Okay, I'll be right back. So, do we think that Donna jumped out the second story window and Ted Bundy style? What if they came back on? They're like, Donna's taking the stand. Billie Jean's not my love. Cha cha. Oh, yeah. Step inside. I said, hey now, time is over. And the dun 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 dun. Yeah, I'm just over here just wilding out now at this point. Yeah, Donna might be like, look, I'm going to plead out to 3 honey buns. What a way to end, not end life, but like, be in this segment of life with her. To sit here and be like, okay, you can spend my years behind bars. Okay. I said, hey now, hey now. That's right. Uh-huh. I said that's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. Mm-hmm. I said that's right. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I just saw. Yep, that's a correct address, Tori. And good morning, Tori. I hope you are well. I said shooby dooby doo. Sorry, I've been like back and forth in a couple of different screens here, trying to get some stuff figured out. Yeah, so I don't know what they're doing either. This is weird. I'm sure there's some kind of stalling tactics going on. But here we go. Maybe. I thought we had action, but we'll see. Maybe they're getting ready to. Oh. It's the final countdown. I know, right? Anna says, do they not realize that we need a verdict today? Chop, chop. 100% agree. We've got things to do. We've got life to get back to. So, y'all, so for people who are just joining, just a couple of heads up. So Sunday at some point, Dr. Barry and I are going to talk and kind of I'm assuming by then we'll have a verdict, right? But just kind of finish out the conversation about this. Saturday, maybe in the evening time, I'm not sure yet. I'm going to do like a kind of just catch up on all the different cases that have been going on since we've been like knee deep in this one. So like a live chat, but just, you know, like a overview of several things that are taking place. Tomorrow at 1:30 in the afternoon, Megan Boswell sentencing happens. So depending on what's going on with this, we'll stream it. Now let's pretend that we're on verdict watch with this still. I can't imagine. We might stream Megan and then jump over to this. You see what I'm saying? So very, very tricky stuff going on here. Very, very tricky stuff.
All right, jury entering courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markell was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markell is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markell occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime, or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. check on what's happening in the hallway.
It's hashtag free
Expert
Donna.
witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged, or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form, which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. Well, this is Dan Markell. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father, whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markell. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markell was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markell was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markell's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markell's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markell. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markell without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markell is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed. And this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markell had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markell committed against Donna Adelson and her family refusing to let his children be taken away from him, objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid. The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markell, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markell. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markell. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markell and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markell so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markell in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, Things to Discuss at Your Mediation to Make Sure You Have in Writing for a Settlement, in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markell, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, if he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning. A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markell into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, we will help you in any way possible for you to come here. In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, here it is, let's edit. And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markell is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives, mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important, but somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges. for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email, and it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markell has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markell's travel schedule is of particular interest. In fact, in light of the fact that the hitman knew that Dan Markell had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markell files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, "If costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation." Dan Markell knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, "Oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you?" Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase "at the moment." Gibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email, "Anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome." She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Gibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Gibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markell to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie, but she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed mom and dad. And there's a few that are signed mom and dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything. without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. Y'all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he's trying to take grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markell hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markell had a big problem with grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markell emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markell's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markell wrote in this email is, quote, I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what grandma wants. If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markell is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markell, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder. And the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markell emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoting Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markell of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markell forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce. And she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise. But why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie. Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says, by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys. And because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys And all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markell apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine McBanoa about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that McBanoa said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her. This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious." Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine McBanoa that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give him to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. McBanoa drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then McBanoa calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with McBanoa. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. The paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markell's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markell is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markell around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel. They lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason, they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present. And she says, I know you'll come through. Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanua on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanua. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanua. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect, appears like it went to voicemail, and we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th through the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman. And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, this is so sweet. We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no. He cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course, the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. They want their money. Where is Magbanua getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45. So while the killers are calling Magbanua and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her bullet bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother as someone who is very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting. And afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're going to find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magdanova's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magdanova says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magdanova was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida, 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markell is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magdanova that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markell was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markell. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12/14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magdanova, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment. If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive. She's controlling. She's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markell and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markell, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19th, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markell. It's pictures on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence. I know y'all like that. Some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A, does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me do this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me the salt ticket?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it? That's what they asked for.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. Couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder, an appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine McBanoa, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that McBanoa, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that McBanoa was just a victim of the hitman too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Catherine McBanoa. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to McBanoa the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, oh, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitman, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, McBanoa then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionists. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put McBanoa on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says, no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, What do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014. But he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markell? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine McBanoa at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine McBanoa, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something, not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted. by Catherine Magbanua, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She's stuck with it.
Please approach.
Donna said, "Oh Lord, this is crazy. She's gotten me mixed up in all sorts of lies." Donna says, "I'm sorry. I can't help but shake my head at this nonsense. I'm an innocent woman." Courtroom Jackie's over there just giving that confused look. Now, what did Georgia do? Did Georgia get herself in trouble? Did she get a little too carried away over here now?
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Mr. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I've heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Donna's like, "Look." She's like, "Look, go over there. Harvey has a honey bun." She's like, "I'm just curious before I get caught it off. What size are the pants you're wearing? They're huge. You're falling all over the place." Okay, so y'all, George is up here eating. Again, I stick by this. The biggest part of this is those phone calls where she's like, "The TV's $5,000. It involves us." Those are so bad because, especially the one about the TV's $5,000, that ties everything together. Okay. In addition to that, and then just like Georgia said, Charlie's on the phone decoding in real time. At least Donna was trying. I mean, let's give credit where credit's due. Donna was trying to be like, let's talk in person. Charlie couldn't handle all that. He was not cool with that. He was like, we needed to do this. We had to talk about it now. And so then granted, it is what it is, but honestly, thank the Lord that he did that, because this stuff to me, the phone calls are so incredibly damaging to me. So yesterday after this, I recorded a video on, what did I do? No, I already did it. It's for Sunday. I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed up. Yesterday, I recorded a video about the Nick Cassodi Casotis, I keep calling him Casotis trial, the interrogation. Day before that was the phone calls, these phone calls that we're talking about right now. So what I'm getting at is this: when I went back and re-listened to it again for like the umpteenth time now with this context, I was like, oh, if they don't play these at closing arguments like she just did, this is all the jury needs to hear. Now, obviously, I'm being dramatic. They need to hear more than that. But for me, I was like, this is plain as day. After the story that has been laid out and pieced together, and again, this is sofa speculation, as if I'm on the jury, and then hearing Donna say all that, in addition to the horrible, horrible things that Donna was saying, dressing the kids in Yahtzee uniforms, having them baptized, doing this, blah, 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 blah. At minimum, they can tell that she is a nightmare mother-in-law. She's like what rom-com mother-in-law, nightmare movies are made out of. Maybe more like horror films, I should say. So please hold. Your call is currently important to me. Okay, Jackie's in the courtroom. Jackie's okay, short break. The jury was almost motionless throughout the closing. I saw one lady sigh once, but she was the one I thought was trying to sleep. Okay, let me go back to Jackie's. Jackie sent me an email earlier. Let's see what she said. Please continue to hold. I said, hey, na, 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 na. I'm just reading through her email to see if there's anything that we already don't know. Oh, Kelly's headed to CrimeCon. I hope you have a great time. Okay, so here, the jury definitely looked like they were less impressed with the defense, and I believed they could tell something was up when they were immediately dismissed from the room after Everett replied no to the defense request to approach. This is from yesterday that Jackie's talking about. There was one male juror who chuckled after that incident, continuously started scanning the gallery for reactions. That's it. That's the most prevalent thing. Okay, what else did Jackie say? I said, hey, na, 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 hey, na, 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 na. I said, hey, na, 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 hey, na. That's the song we're on now. Also, there's some very loud fight in the hallway at one point on a WrestleMania. What? Be careful out there, Jackie. I'm curious to see what the defense says. I just hope that, okay, so not sofa Jackie, but courtroom Jackie, so the attorney. I hope they have her do it so we can look at her outfit. I forget who's been posting full body shots of her outfit. Y'all, it sends me over the edge. And I get the look she's got. I honestly am not sure. Okay. Oh yeah, I bet that attorney Bailey. Oh, I think no. So Liz, so we kind of have gone back and forth. So for me, we could have been calling Sofa Jackie Courtroom Jackie, but then today my brain is on Courtroom Jackie is Defense Jackie, and Sofa Jackie is Sofa Jackie. That's so good. What are the odds of the two names being Jackie? They showed a photo of Dan dead that was difficult. Oh my gosh, I bet so. Yeah, I got to go to the bathroom while I have the chance. I'll be right back. We're currently in a state of Yorkie noises. Shh, 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 shh. Luke, nobody wants to play with you, unfortunately. They're sleeping. Hey. We're in the velocity. See here, these are the little noises we make all day. Hey, here you go.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case, a blackmailer. And it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe out. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, And they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it. But now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars. They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant in call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled. There's nothing to worry about. Don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call, though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he on his own went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's going to buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markell? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money. So what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks. Okay. Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny. Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, I've got to go, and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she's nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness. And they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known supposedly who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. This is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long, kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay. On that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote. "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit? Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. And it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong, but there is direct evidence as well. And I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markell's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McManawa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markell. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markell. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time, we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly. Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're going to need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not going to stay in here during lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these would be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. The defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
I think there's our there's our contact in the blue dress right there. That's Jackie, Sofa Jackie. I tell you what, they could sit here, or is that Sofa Jackie in the brown? I can't tell. The judge could sit here and say, I'm going to hand out $1 million to the defense when we get back. And they'd complained about the denominations that it was going to be in, right? It doesn't matter what that man says. They've got something to come back on. So here we are. We're going to lunch. And then when we come back, we are going to be hearing from the defense for their closing. Georgia has 7 minutes for a rebuttal. She can ask for more time, as he said. So there you go. I said, hey, now, hey, now, a shooba-doo. I said, that's right. I said, uh-huh. Okay, now what we're going to do now. Okay, Charlie, Adelson, closing. Okay, yeah, what we're going to do on lunch is we're going to watch Georgia slam dunk Charlie Adelson during her closing of his, during his trial. Let me find y'all. No. So this is what I'm going to do, y'all. I'm just going to go over here and make my lunch and kind of do my thing. I'm going to be looking back and forth and walking back and forth. But I'm going to do all my little things here, and then we'll come back and do everything. So that's it. Then the boys are in full blown. You can hear them. Hush. That's what we're dealing with right over here. So I'm going to mute myself. Shh. And I'm going to do the thing now. So this is Charlie. This is Georgia during Charlie's closing arguments. And this is his defeated luck. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself because the boys are going to start barking. I love y'all.
It's closing.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court. In jury selection, we talked about the burden of proof and how it was my burden to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence. And generally speaking, the defense's job is to poke holes in the evidence and argue that it falls short of meeting that high burden. And we also learned at jury selection that the defense does not have to prove anything. But sometimes if the law enforcement investigation is so thorough and so compelling that there's really no way to poke holes in the evidence, he has to basically admit his own words, his own text messages. That stuff is undeniable, right? And those things prove that he was in cahoots with Catherine McVanois in 2013, through the murder in 2014, and all the way up until her arrest in October of 2016. He knows he can't deny that he paid the killers because of this bizarre practice he had of stapling his money. So sometimes when a defendant can't attack the facts or the law, they instead try to explain it away by saying, you can't trust what you're seeing. It's not what it appears to be. It's actually something else entirely. Often, as in this case, the individual explanation, so when you zoom in on one piece of evidence with its attached explanation, can be like, maybe. But when you zoom out and you add all these things together, this explanation, and this explanation, and this explanation, this coincidence, and this coincidence, and this coincidence, it starts making less and less sense. It starts being less and less reasonable. And when you zoom out from the defense's theory, it's really unreasonable, right? Because to find it reasonable, you have to buy a lot of things that he's selling. The most obvious of which is that because Sigfredo Garcia hated him, he and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee twice to kill someone he hated in hopes that he would give them money for it on the back end. Please think about that. To hit this defendant where it hurts, these two dudes with no connection at all to Dan Markell and without 2 nickels to rub together, rented a car and paid for gas to come to Tallahassee and stay in a hotel twice in order to kill someone that this defendant hated, to harm him. And for what? To maybe get money. Maybe he just turns him in for murder. Why not just kill and rob him if what you're after is money and there's no hired hit? Why not just kill and rob him if your motive is, we hate him? Then the bad guys don't even have any contact with him, according to his own story. They didn't threaten him. They did not beat him into submission. Instead, they sent his own girlfriend to extort him on their behalf. And without any actual contact from the bad guys, the defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. He just handed it over. Take it all. And when that amount wasn't sufficient, these stone-cold murdering gangsters let the defendant go on a payment plan to give him the rest of the money. They let Catherine McVanois skim off the top each month. And never over the next 2 years that he was being extorted monthly, these gangsters, remember that money doesn't go to the principal, that $3,000 a month. They never show up to demand the remaining $195,000 that this defendant has agreed to pay them. Then you also need to find reasonable that over the 2 years of this supposed extortion layaway plan, that the defendant continued to do what? Send these kissy faces and love texts to Catherine McBanoir. He's sending these messages to a woman who got him into this mess, and he says he didn't suspect she was involved. What? What do we know about this man? He didn't suspect she was involved. She's taking the money. He's never even heard from the bad guys. He didn't see it that way, that she got him into this mess. They grew closer after she began extorting him for $3,000 a month. Meanwhile, the defendant and Catherine McBanoir break up. She continues to maintain her direct and indirect contact with Sigfredo Garcia, the man who's extorting him, the man who murdered his former brother-in-law in cold blood. But he sees her as a friend. The kissy faces and the I love yous continue. Even after Catherine McBanoir got back together with the man who executed Dan Markel, the father of his young nephews, and a guy who's actively extorting him, this defendant continued to reach out to her over and over again to offer her favors and gifts, including a birthday gift for Garcia, and to tell her he loves her and how lucky he is to have her in his life. Lucky? Next, to find a reasonable doubt here, you have to find it reasonable that the defendant never texted or talked about this first layer of extortion. Why? According to him, because Catherine McBanoir said, let's never talk about this. So they did. Then you have to believe he never reported or revealed this information to law enforcement out of fear of the gangsters. And finally, you have to believe that this living in fear of death by gang members over 2 years didn't cause a change in his general demeanor that his friends noticed, but later the bump from law enforcement did. He says that's because, well, I became worried that I might be falsely arrested. So I wasn't a hot mess when I was being extorted by gang members and threatened to be killed and my whole family killed. But I became a hot mess when I started to get worried that the cops might be getting closer. And I have no real way of knowing if all this stuff sounds ridiculous to you, if it sounds reasonable to you, or if y'all just heard so much stuff that you're totally confused and can't even remember what the evidence in the case showed. But they only need to get one of you confused enough to derail this whole thing, right? So I've got to go through each thing with you. Your verdict has to be unanimous. So I want to go through the testimony, I want to review the evidence, and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about this multitude of explanations the defense has offered in an effort to really turn each piece of evidence on its head. This is Dan Markel. He is the victim in this case. A brilliant lawyer, a funny guy, a son, a colleague, a brother, a mentor, and a friend. But most of all, a father. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his access to those two little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. And despite the defense's efforts to characterize their client as the real victim here, Dan Markel remains the only victim in this case. The only thing he was guilty of is fighting like hell for those kids. And he lost. He didn't lose in court, but he lost. This is what he looked like before this defendant hired a hitman to kill him. And this is what he looked like afterwards. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant man was gunned down in broad daylight in the driveway of his own home. His horrific death ultimately set police down two separate paths following the two most promising leads they had. The first was to chase down that Prius that Mr. Geiger saw fleeing the crime scene. And we'll examine those efforts in detail. The second path was to ask, as we would in any murder investigation, who might want to have done this? Who would want Dan Markell dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, before Professor Markell was even pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant. When his sister revealed to law enforcement that her family hated Dan Markell and that her brother, Charlie, had joked about hiring a hitman to kill him. And this trash talk, of course, would be meaningless had he not been killed by a hitman. So who did it appear had a motive to want Dan Markell dead? His own family. And what offense had Mr. Markell committed against these people? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to them disparaging him to his kids? The evidence has shown that the Adelson family was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, they were willing to go even further to win. I want to examine this motive in more detail and look at exactly how it's attributable to this defendant. Despite the defense efforts to minimize this, it's really clear that the divorce between Wendy and Danny was a particularly nasty one. They fought over everything, all the way from the children down to the bicycle and the tennis racket. In January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida with the kids. They were 2 and 3 at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendy cites the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Wendy Adelson also alleges in this filing that the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law. Wendy Adelson viewed herself as stuck in Tallahassee, a characterization which she now denies, but one which was used to describe her situation by Jeffrey Lacasse on the witness stand and also in her own pleadings in these divorce filings. In Markell's answer on page 80, he seeks continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to the education, religion, and medical upbringing of the kids. Then we go to this May email from Donna Adelson to Wendy. These emails are offered as examples of how invested Donna Adelson was in this litigation and in Wendy's life in general. They reveal that relocation was a huge priority for Donna and that it was also a high priority for Wendy, Harvey, and the defendant as well. Wendy testified that her mom really wasn't that involved in her divorce proceedings. Again, these emails prove the opposite was true. On May 3rd, 2013, this email references Dan's divorce filing as, quote, his 23-page rant. She then crystallizes the importance of relocation, stating, the most important part of your divorce is relocation, in bold. I sincerely hope that your attorney understands this is your, all caps, non-negotiable. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job. But on June 21st, 2013, Wendy's motion to relocate was denied by the court, with the court finding that the wife has not met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Like the heroine in her book, Wendy and the boys were officially stuck in this small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization. Wendy worked hard to try to convince you that none of this was a very big deal to her, her mother, or her brother. And she said she was expecting to win everything in the divorce. She was expecting Danny to lose everything in the divorce. She was partly right. Danny did end up losing everything, but not in court. She had already lost relocation, and her attorney had to get off the case as a result of whatever Danny was filing in court. And he was poised to really take her through the ringer with this grandma motion, the fraud allegation, and the contempt motion that was all pending. Even if he wasn't going to be successful, folks, it was going to be a very unpleasant ride for Wendy Adelson. But as we have learned, Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. On the stand, Wendy Adelson suggested that relocation was not a big issue for her. It was just suggested by a friend, but the other evidence in the case suggests the opposite. Jeffrey Lacoste said she was a complete mess over the litigation, especially the relocation. She wrote a book about a human rights attorney who was stuck in a small town in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor husband's job at NFSU. And maybe most importantly, Wendy filed this motion for relocation. Her lawyer didn't file it without her knowing. Was the motion doomed from the start? Wendy clearly hoped not. But there were other ways to skin the cat. Here's a June email from Donna to Wendy. In response to the court order denying relocation, Donna emails Wendy, quote, "It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have. Let's show this F blank, 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 what will make him absolutely miserable. And later, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet." Then on June 25th, this is continued, that same email, we get a plan of action. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely, standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. They're Jewish, remember? Then change your Facebook status to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. How happy do you think you will be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor at the Teenage Catholic Church who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange this, I'll be happy to do it for you. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. I've already checked this out, and the baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out e-bites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going for the few days that they're in Tallahassee with you. 5, register them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this too. Even if they don't actually go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we offer him. Maybe he's willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend this private Hebrew academy. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. And then on June 27th, she follows up with another email along the same lines, criticizing the judge and Wendy's attorney and adding, obviously the court isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you have to say on your behalf. You need to help yourself. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousand years have been fought over religion. These emails are such telling glimpses into the family dynamics behind this murder. This email is just an example of how relentless Donna Adelson was. And it's clear from these emails that she's conferring with the defendant on these plans that she's proposing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed the kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's not in control. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? That's all this is, Wendy, an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future of what a life without your only family nearby teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. The extremism that Jibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing. Religion is brainwashing. Control the masses. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Even though the divorce was final on July 31st, 2013, the anger and bitterness associated with this split was still festering. Litigation continued and even increased as both parties filed motions over the next several months alleging that the other was violating the marital settlement agreement and both parties seeking to have the other side held in contempt of court. In October of 2013, Wendy filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and have Dan held in contempt. And Dan was hearing, and the defendant was hearing about all of this as it went on from his mother, as indicated in the emails and in the text messages shown here as well. Here she's telling him how terrible things are for Wendy and how it's negatively affecting his dad's health. Then later that month, when Wendy was about to make the second dumbest mistake of her life after marrying Dan Markell by buying a house in Tallahassee, Charlie says Wendy probably hasn't mentioned it to him because it's stupid. And then after he gets Wendy to pull the plug on the house, he's praised as the miracle worker that solved this problem. This text was sent on Halloween of 2013, the very day that Catherine Magdala testified this defendant broached the subject to her of, hey, do you know anybody that could rough somebody up? The defendant was hearing about Wendy's situation regularly from Donna. Here we see Donna telling the defendant how angry at Wendy's attorney and stressed out Wendy is. That's on February 15th of 2014. And here's another text from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson 4 days later, discussing the details of Danny's actions and expressing how much she hates him. Here on March 4th, 2014, we have Donna planning to speak in private with the defendant while she's at the rest stop in Gainesville. She asks him to delete this message after he reads it. Although he's not with Harvey, and Harvey nor his birthday are mentioned in this text message. All that's mentioned in this text message is, I'm gonna pull over at a rest stop and talk to you in private. This is the grandma motion. On March 26, 2014, less than 4 months prior to this murder, the defendant files his grandma motion, the counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. Again, alleging that Wendy is not facilitating communication between he and the kids, and getting after Donna personally. In this filing, Dan Markell alleges that on 3 separate occasions in November of 2013, the children informed him of their maternal grandmother, Donna Adelson, disparaging him. The boys indicate that, quote, "Grandma says you're stupid. She says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her." And quote, "Grandma says she hates you." Dan Markell requests the court, quote, enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children, and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. Contrary to what Wendy Adelson told us, we learned this issue was taken seriously by both sides, and that Dan Markell was particularly hot at the time of his death because of some recent issues that were going on. So to the extent that there was any banana bread peace offering made, it apparently fell short of diffusing the issues within this family. This situation was a pressure cooker, and it was about to blow. As we learned, this grandma motion was never decided by the court because Dan Markell was murdered before it could be heard. Whether or not that is a coincidence in timing is up to you all to decide. Wendy told you that she and Dan were getting along pretty well at the time leading up, or the weeks leading up to his murder. But this assertion does not fit with the rest of the evidence in this case. In fact, her own court filings are completely contrary to that assertion. In addition, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacasse, told you all that she took all of this very seriously, that she became upset every time there was a filing, and that her behavior became increasingly emotional and erratic as the time led closer and closer up to what ultimately was the murder day. According to Lacasse, she was especially concerned about the relocation issue. And Stephen Webster, he was Professor Markel's attorney, testified, told us that Markel was irate at the time of his death over two issues. The first being Wendy enrolling one of the kids in a school without consulting him, and the second one being him overhearing Donna Adelson refer to him as stupid on a recent Skype visit that he had with the boys. So this was far from the peaceful situation that Wendy was trying to sell you. Why was she trying to sell you that? Was she trying to protect her brother? She even told law enforcement at her interview on the day of the murder that she wanted everyone held accountable for this to the fullest extent of the law, unless it was her family. The defense seems to be telling you the litigation between Danny and Wendy was not a very big deal because minimizing the litigation minimizes the motive for the Adelson family to want Dan Markel dead. They even called Wendy's attorney to tell you that relocation was a lost cause. But what she actually said was, yes, I lose most of these motions, but in this case, I actually thought there was a chance because of some of the surrounding circumstances. Then I thought, well, maybe they called her to say the divorce was routine, but what she actually said was this case was odd. That was her word, mainly because Dan Markel came after her personally, forcing her to withdraw from the case, which had never happened before. So what her testimony proved was that this was not a routine, run-of-the-mill divorce proceeding. It was one of her more difficult cases. And she didn't even have Donna in her ear like the defendant did. So the motive was clearly there. The question then becomes, was the defendant successful in distancing himself from that motive in your eyes as jurors? He says that the litigation had no impact on his life. The emails suggest otherwise. He's included on these texts. He's all over the wiretap, meddling in Wendy's life with Donna. Could the defendant have cared enough about his sister's marital problems to commit murder? Maybe, maybe not. But if he didn't, his mom certainly cared enough for both of them. And she was in his ear all the time. In defendant's own words, you can't have a miserable mom. To illustrate this point, I refer you back to the emails and to that phone call that I played that happened before the bump, where Donna and the defendant are discussing this boyfriend of Wendy's at that time, Dave. This call, along with the call about Wendy taking a particular job, which is also on that same exhibit, I think it states 130, was offered as examples to show you how the dynamics work in this family. Wendy appears to be the weakling of the pack. She needs to be protected. She needs to be helped. She needs to be coddled. She needs to be saved by Donna and the defendant. Donna is the overbearing matriarch who nags everyone to death about whatever it is that's currently on her. I call it the wheel. The wheel's turning all the time, right? And Wendy getting away from Dan Markel and moving to South Florida was number one on the wheel. It was the top priority in 2013 and in 2014. And this defendant fancied himself the savior of this family. Equal parts black sheep and mama's boy, he would often try to help Wendy at Donna's bidding. When a problem was perceived regarding Wendy's love life, AKA this breaking up with Dave situation, shouldn't break up with Dave, Dave's a great guy, Donna enlists the defendant to go in and fix it, to solve the problem. When Wendy didn't know what was best for her regarding a job opportunity, Donna sent the defendant to fix it. And the evidence has shown that Dan Markel was a major problem for Wendy, and that meant he was a major problem for Donna, who in turn made Dan Markel a major problem for this defendant. Enter Catherine Magbanua, who had connections to a criminal element, and she presented an opportunity to the defendant to do what he does and solve this problem. On Halloween 2013, the defendant began the process of soliciting Catherine Magbanua to commit murder. Magbanua solicited Garcia. Garcia brought in Rivera. So if the seed of this conspiracy was planted in the spring of 2013, when Donna was looking into converting the kids to Christianity or making this $1 million offer to Dan Markel, it took root that summer when the relocation was denied and the defendant began, quote, looking into all options to solve the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman. And the conspiracy grew further still when Dan Markel filed that motion to preclude Donna from having unsupervised contact with the grandkids, the grandma motion. And as Wendy Adelson relayed to Jeffrey Lacoste just 5 days before the murder, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. This conspiracy spread when the defendant met someone who could actually get this thing done. Someone who was in a position of trust in his life, a person who had connections to the kind of people who, for a price, were willing to point a gun at a complete stranger and pull the trigger. And guess what wasn't a problem once Dan Markel was dead? Relocation. Within a couple days, Wendy and the kids moved to South Florida. She changed the names of Professor Markel's children from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was erased. No more squabbles over kosher diets or visitation. Status as a felon and a gang member are definitely things you should consider when you're weighing his testimony in this case. But please consider that his resume as a bad guy was precisely why he was selected to do this gruesome job. Rivera's gang status made him a more attractive candidate to do this murder with Garcia. In the hot tub in March of 2014, the defendant mentions his connection to a Cuban criminal element. Jeffrey Lacoste reported this within a couple days of the murder when he couldn't have known the ethnicity of the killer. The evidence has shown that the connection the defendant had was through Catherine Magbanua, and the criminal element was, of course, Garcia and Rivera. And we know that at the time defendant made that statement in the hot tub, the plan to kill Dan Markel was already well in the works. That statement was made just 3 months before the killer's first trip to Tallahassee in June of 2014. The statement reveals that the defendant wasn't scared of Catherine Magbanua and her associates. To the contrary, he was boastful. He was bragging about it. He was the big man who was going to solve his little sister's problem, make his mom proud, and get away with it because he was thinking of everything. And he later would say and call JJ that nothing was done improper and suggest that no evidence could be available to tie the killers to him or his family. And he was confident enough of this to brag about it in that hot tub setting, which he thought could never come back to him. He was untouchable. Because if push ever really came to shove, who are you going to believe? An oral surgeon or a gang member? He's banking on that. In regards to Rivera's plea deal, the actual only condition of his plea deal is to tell the truth. And what did he tell us? Catherine Magbanua hired Garcia, and Garcia hired him to do a murder. Why? To help the lady who he understood to be the dentist's sister to get her kids. Aside from fitting with the other evidence in the case, there were a few things that independently corroborated Rivera's testimony. One is that accidental discharge that he told us took place in the rented Prius. This was a fact we didn't know before and were able to confirm upon reinspection of the vehicle. He also told us about the location and timing of the money drop on the morning after the murder at his and Jessica's residence, which was able to be confirmed or corroborated initially by phone records and now also by Catherine Magdano's testimony. And of course, the phone records confirm Rivera did come to Tallahassee, not just on the July trip, which we knew about, but also on that first June scouting trip or attempted murder trip. The communication records tell us a few other things too. That's the June trip. July, June. This slide shows all the calls between our parties on the night before the shooters made that June trip to Tallahassee. You can see a 25-minute call from Catherine Magdanois to the defendant at 9:17 p.m. on June 2nd, 2014. This call was placed while Catherine Magdanois was consistent with traveling on her way back from Comfort Rental Car, where the first rental car was rented, to her residence. As soon as the defendant hangs up with Katie, he calls his parents' landline and has a 25-minute conversation. On the stand, the defendant was asked about the use of landlines and whether he believed them to be more secure. He testified that on the call he was being asked about at that time, that he was talking about switching over to a landline because he was in a place that had bad reception. If there's bad reception in South Florida at a dental office, what about all the other mentions of using a landline that we hear on the wire? Surely he wasn't in a place with bad reception for all those calls. And why call the parents on the landline? Surely they have reception in their South Beach high-rise. In the 2 years of phone records that were examined in this case, the defendant talks to his parents on the landline 28 times, or 0.07% of the times that he talks to them. So mostly on the cell phone by a large majority. 3 of these 28 times were on the days that the cars were rented to do these trips to Tallahassee. Whether or not that is a coincidence is entirely up to you. After the killers returned from Tallahassee on that first trip, we have a couple text messages of interest. On June 8th, 2014, the defendant indicates he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and Donna indicates, I know you'll come through. Then on July 6th, we've got Wendy Adelson with a location at or near her parents' place when she texts Dan Markell and confirms he's going to be in town for his own murder. This slide depicts the night before the second trip. We know Catherine Magdanois and the defendant are together that evening at her place. He departs between 12:42 and 1 a.m. And then so after the defendant departs Catherine Magdanois' residence, we've got Catherine Magdanois calling Sigfredo Garcia. So within minutes of the defendant leaving, she calls Garcia. She talks to Garcia several more times into the wee hours of that night, the last one being at 1:56 a.m. And then at 9 a.m. the next morning, Garcia calls the rental car place. Once the Prius is rented, the second trip begins. The Prius is rented at 6:15 p.m. on July 15th, 2014. There are several calls between our parties on the day that the Prius is rented. So we just talked about the night before the Prius was rented. On the day the Prius was rented, we've got these 2 calls, several calls, including these 2 calls from the defendant to his parents' landline. Garcia and Rivera then depart for Tallahassee July 16th, about 2 p.m. and arrive in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. Although this trip was only about 36 hours from the time they left Miami to the time they returned, there were 12 phone events between the defendant and Catherine Magdanois during that time, and there were 4 phone events between the defendant and Donna Adelson during that time frame, including late into the night on the night before the murder. On July 17th, Magdanois relayed to the shooters that this murder had to be done that day because the victim was scheduled to leave town the next day. And we confirmed that Dan Markell was in fact scheduled to leave for New York City the next morning on July 19th. It's hard to imagine how Luis Rivera could have obtained this information, if not in that pattern that we consistently observe in this case. Defendant to Magbanua, to Garcia, to Rivera, and back the other way. Certainly you're not really to believe that the killers divined this information from the professor's blog. That's not reasonable. Wendy offered that Danny sometimes put his travel information on Facebook, but you learned from Agent Sanford that there was no information about this particular trip on Danny's Facebook, so they didn't get it from there. This is because, as Rivera and Magbanua both told you, this information came in the form of that letter from defendant through Captain Magbanua. How would these two hitmen even know where to go or who to kill if they hadn't been given any kind of instruction? Catherine Magbanua said she knew the plan was to kill Wendy's ex, but she never knew his full name until after he was killed. She did, however, deliver that envelope that the defendant put in her diaper bag to Sigfredo Garcia. The paper, she knew, contained the instructions for the murder. Defendant advised Catherine Magbanua that she should not touch the envelope or open it, as he had taken precaution to ensure that his prints and DNA would not be on it, that it would be untraceable to him, and she should do the same. She was to deliver the envelope to Garcia, and that's what she did. This is corroborated by Rivera, who says Garcia had a paper with him on the first trip, and it contained a picture of Dan Markell and a printed address. On the day of the murder, we have communications between our parties as listed here, with the red line representing the time of the murder. This flurry of calls between our persons of interest demonstrates the usual call pattern that we're seeing. Donna to the defendant, to Catherine Magbanua, to Garcia, and back. We have Wendy getting a text message on the day of the murder about her TV repair appointment from her mother, Donna Adelson. It indicates that Best Buy is on their way over to help you with the TV sets in your living room. Maybe she didn't remember which TV was broken. At 8:20, on the day of the murder, Wendy texts the defendant, "This is so sweet." That text was deleted. What does it mean? At 9:19 a.m., there's a phone call between Wendy Adelson and this defendant that lasts about, 30 minutes? No. 18 minutes. So this is about 30 minutes before the murder when they hang up. They say they were discussing this TV that was not repairable. The TV that he gave her as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Only you guys can assess if you think that might just be a coincidence and nothing more. The Prius is at Premier at 9:16 a.m. The last phone communication between Garcia and Rivera is at 9:16. Afterwards, the phones turn off, consistent with what Rivera told you. We turned our phones off because we knew we were about to commit the murder, and they don't pop back up until, I think, about 12:30. The bus video catches them turning onto Benton Road to do the murder at 10:51 a.m., whereby they pull up right behind Professor Markell in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out of the Prius, approaches the driver's window, pointed his gun, and fired. Dan Markell raised his arm to protect himself, but it was no use. Professor Markell was executed at close range, whereby Garcia got back in the Prius and Rivera drove them away. Markell was left there to suffer and die. If not for James Geiger, there's no telling how many hours he might have suffered there alone and unaided. He fought for his life for 14 long hours before he finally succumbed to his injuries. The autopsy confirmed that he was shot twice at close range with a .38 caliber revolver, consistent with what Rivera said they brought as the murder weapon. Next, he was stripped, x-rayed, photographed, and dissected because he had become a piece of evidence. When Garcia and Rivera get back on the road, they're on a second bus video, leaving town at 10:55. That narrows the time of this shooting down to a 4-minute window between 10:51 when they're seen turning on to Benton and 10:55 when they're caught fleeing the scene. And then we've got the 911 call from Mr. Geiger at 11:01 a.m. The first phone call that either Garcia or Rivera make after turning off their phones to do the murder. So first call after that is at 12:30, and it's Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. Magbanua assures them that they'll get their money the next day. This is the same time frame, roughly, that Wendy Adelson was visiting the crime scene. Wendy indicated that she went to turn onto Trescott from Centerville Road, observed a roadblock, and then turned around. But we learned that what she said happened could not have happened. Instead, the roadblock was all the way down here by the blue dot, I've got 2 blue dots. The one at the top left of the page there is where the roadblock was, that yellow line, 3 to 5 houses down from the scene. Trescott and Centerville is all the way down where the other yellow bar is. Visible from the roadblock that she approached and was observed doing so by Officer Brannon were multiple law enforcement vehicles, marked vehicles. There was crime scene tape up. There was a marked vehicle with an officer stationed at the perimeter. It was visible from that position that there was something going on at her kid's house, the house where they lived with their father. And what did Wendy Adelson do upon encountering this roadblock and observing that the police were present on the street where her kids lived? She turned around and proceeded to the liquor store to pick up her bullet bourbon. And the defendant says, well, this is another coincidence because she was asked to bring it to a party. Well, maybe. But the timing of the purchase and the fact that she went out of her way to go by the crime scene on her way to get the bullet bourbon should raise an eyebrow. But it's what she didn't do that's even more suspicious. She didn't ask Officer Brannon, hey, what's going on? She didn't call Danny. She didn't call the police to make any inquiries, or even the daycare to make sure her kids made it there that morning. Remember, Danny had her kids. She didn't even call the daycare. Meanwhile, our shooters are headed back to Miami. They pop up on an ATM camera at 6:45 p.m. in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And then both of their phones are consistent with being at Rivera's residence as of about 7 p.m. that night. At 8:23 p.m., Catherine Magbanua and the defendant make plans to meet up at his house. At 9 p.m., Donna texts the defendant, outside your house, to which he responds, 10 men. He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee and that they weren't meeting up. But Catherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at defendant's house, the defendant advised her that his parents had just been there, and then he thought his mom had physically washed the money, which was damp when Catherine Magbanua received it. Magbanua finds the defendant to be carrying his gun around and in a frantic state. About the time that these two are meeting up at the defendant's house to do the money exchange, Dan Markell is pronounced dead at TMH. So he says he's going to be about 10 minutes out. Here he is, hitting at home at 9:40 p.m. At 9:46, we see Catherine Magdanoa, consistent with being at Rivera's residence, and then consistent with heading toward the defendant's residence. She turns her phone off, and it stays off for 11 hours. When Magdanoa's phone pops back up, it's 9:44 a.m. on Saturday morning, and she's headed back from the defendant's house, or the direction of his house, toward Rivera's residence. That's the money drop location. These phones are consistent with a meeting at 10:30 at Rivera's, which is the time, date, and place that he advised us he received his money from Magdanoa. At 12:13 p.m., the defendant reaches out to Magdanoa. Defendant, headed to the gym. Are you taking the kids to the beach? It's so nice. Magdanoa, it's beautiful, probably the pool. Defendant, nice, have fun, Ethan must be happy. This is what he's texting Magdanoa within hours of her leaving with all the money in his safe. All of the money that he stared at and loved on since he was a child. And he wants to know if she's going to the pool. This might be a good time to remind you that the jury room is not a place to check your common sense. We want you to bring it in there. You have heard two wildly different versions of how this thing went down, and they can't both be right. I mean, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods. You were selected with the belief that you would be able to cut through the garbage and make sense of the evidence in this case and render a verdict that speaks the truth. A major problem for the defense theory is the idea that the defendant and Magdanoa broke up after the murder, but then grew closer together over the next 2 years as she was collecting his monthly extortion payments. This is one of the more unreasonable parts of the defendant's testimony, well, it's definitely in the top 4, along with Latin King extortion payment plans, hitmen that hire themselves to kill someone that their intended future extortion victim hates, and most unreasonable of all is probably that Charlie Adelson, the guy that talks so tough in the hot tub about his unsavory connections, an arrogant man of extraordinary resources, a prize fighter of verbosity, would just lay down and take this in silence. Let's review some of these love texts. We got that one. Then we've got July 22nd. They're talking about the weather. They're talking about prescription shampoo. On October 6th, the defendant says, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as a part of my life." What? Lucky? Lucky. He says, "I love you" again on 2/24/15. According to him, he's now been making payments for 7 months. He's had her on the payroll for 6 months. No Latin Kings have contacted him in any way about collecting his outstanding debt of $195,000. Yet he continues to pay and love on Catherine Magdanoa without reservation and without the slightest suspicion that she might be in on this, and without the slightest concern for helping solve the murder of who killed his brother-in-law. Defendant says he believed Catherine Magdanoa wasn't taking any of the money even after he put her on the payroll. Checks are going to her because she seemed broke. Defendant's explanation for all the love texts with Catherine Magdanoa is that he felt sorry for her. He felt she was in the same position that he was in, being manipulated in the same way that he was. But the fact remains, folks, that she's taking his money. She's connected to the guy that's extorting him. She's connected to the guy that killed his brother-in-law. It defies logic that he would then proceed to grow closer with her. But he has to say that because he can't, there's no other way around these texts. It also defies reason based on what we know of this man, that he would take her for her word and just empty his safe into her purse and then keep paying, presumably forever, without asking any questions, talking about it all, or reporting anything to the police. Magdalena began getting checks from Adelson Institute 2 months after Markel's murder, and she continued receiving checks from that time frame up until the bump. The checks stopped happening at the time of the bump, and you should.
Mantras,
The ones that are in evidence, yes.
it's not just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones.
Hey, Lauren. I hope you're doing well.
And submitted as court exhibits.
Well, these are items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
Or anything that is not admitted at this time that cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the 2 calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as an argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
You can bring in the jurors.
Your Honor, since we don't have a beautiful presentation as a state, while Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine.
Welcome back, everybody.
Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markell, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markell. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markell. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markell had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years. And they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markell's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented, not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markell, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was he got 7 more years,
for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markell in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markell came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife, Wendy, about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him, no, you know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markell dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Danny Markell. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that Catherine Magbanawa, that's right, Catherine Magbanawa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markell. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markell. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markell and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document. And he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe. And he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, relocation, relocation. That's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markell killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markell was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year. And they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markell was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony, she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, what I said, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markell is doing. And she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markell killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markell. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails it's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markell. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markell. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A. And inside that email, they claim shows the hatred for Danny Markell. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markell's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, Gibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markell murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him, but she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge. One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator size safe that he has at his house with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled, just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanowa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the e-bite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the e-bite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markell, that Catherine McBanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed. Catherine McBanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023, around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this? Could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation Notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday. That party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Does that, where's the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody. But that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and oh, she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine Meg Banowa was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. Oh, and Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, do you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city. We can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of Failing to Regularly Facilitate Telephone Contact with the Children. That she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool. That she violates her duty to inform, that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping. Refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3- and 4-year-old. And Sure, I can do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal. And safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and two, that Danny Markell was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is from Wendy's testimony that he continued himself, because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markell. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something. And then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys. And she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes. And they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now, I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna. They say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available? If you've got a homicide plan? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, If you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about defense exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. That's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news. But my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markell has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear. Want to hear?
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot. And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Ellen pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Ellen right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you wanna come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, all right. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call. Let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route. He did a segment, because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news, and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas, or to use the restroom, or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc. And they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house. They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchenda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson, my co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered these things, and that was for false testimony, that Ms. Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts, and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and/or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there's an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they've got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markell was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend, and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markell, and now they're demanding money. And so they said, if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited. If I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'll kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, write around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
What is it? Okay, bud. Excuse me, this is Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that, you know that your family, has been taking care of Katie and her friend Google for quite some time after your problem of more than resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Susan. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. So she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Could I have just 1 second, please?
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Y'all, please make it stop. I mean, it's 3 o'clock. So 100% at this point, I think they're going to finish these, do instructions, whatever they got to do, send the jury out, and then we'll be coming back and they'll be wrapping this up tomorrow. We're finally getting to the meat and potatoes of what we need to hear about from the defense. Explain the bump. If you've explained all this other stuff, motive, she didn't do this, the state's all a bunch of liar, blah, 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 blah. You know, explain the bump. Explain the phone calls. Explain it's about us, Charlie. It's the TV. It's probably about $5,000. Explain that. You can't. I mean, I get it. She's getting that paycheck.
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
Surely Donna's embarrassed. Surely Donna's embarrassed. You've humiliated me and the entire family. No one puts Adelson's in a corner. Not nobody. Not even our own defense.
Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
Even the judge knew. He was like, anything to keep yourself from passing out, please, honey. They're all over the, honey. They've dealt with this family crime family. They're done. Judge knows. He's like, anybody need to use the bathroom, get a honey bun, consider a career change. I mean, something. He's like, I'm in the back looking at LinkedIn. He's like, I can't. I called the courthouse, asked them if they got something a little bit more calm, maybe answering the phones, working the little wand thing up front, something. Something, okay. Something where I'm not having to really be here like this. It's been a nice ride, but we got to change it up here. Okay. Something. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. I work the little welcome desk up front, but this mess right here, trying to stay awake, sitting up in this chair with this big heavy robe on. Absolutely not. We are filling in LinkedIn. I got my Chat GPT pulled up. Chat GPT, tired of being judged, cannot take the BS anymore. What is a good career path for me at this point? Context is, have overseen Adelson trial and family. It'd be like ChatGPT be like, oh, hello, Judge Everett. I see you're completely over it. No, Jackie's not done, but I feel like the judge is close to bringing the gong out. You know what I mean? And being like, just please. I'd be so embarrassed. There's no way. The Adelsons have to know. This is so bad. Okay, I'm gonna do exactly what he said. I'm gonna stretch my legs and go to the bathroom. Please continue to hold. Your call is important to the sofa. It's the incoming Paul voice. It's the incoming Paul voice. So y'all, for those that are just joining, we are currently on a break. The defense is giving the closing statements. I think the return room is full, just waiting on the judge to return. Jackie is our correspondent from the courtroom. She says that she thinks they're going to return soon. The room's full. We're waiting on the judge. And the defense is going, but it's getting dragged out, et cetera, et cetera. I think they'll finish up today. They will do jury instructions. They will send it to the jury, and they will probably reconvene in the morning. We will be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow will be like a verdict watch kind of a day. And I mean, that's kind of it. You know, that's just what we're going to do. Okay. Now, depending on whether the jury, no. Shh. Hold on. Bubba. There you go. No. These boys. They each have to have the other's toy. They cannot share. They cannot do anything. And Luke has to have all of them. Luke. Share. I mean, my goodness. So that's what we'll do. Now, tomorrow at 1:30, Megan Boswell is she is getting her sentencing. Hush. So depending on that, hold on, yeah. Yeah, these dogs. Yes, so they've already drawn up all that stuff, so they just have to go over it with the jury and then send them off. And so I imagine they'll send the jury back there for a little bit. And who knows? I mean, the judge might be like, we're going to work tonight. He might be like, what's up? If I was Donna, I would not want them to. And K-Eruption, I agree. I'm the same way. I'm like, where are we going now? We've just gotten to the point in the defense closing statements of talking about the bump. Right. This is the biggest for me. This is the biggest hurdle for them to get over is explaining the bump in the phone and the subsequent phone calls. Oh, yeah. And then Georgia does have a 7 or 8 minute rebuttal, but the judge has already said you can ask for more time. So, you know, there's that. Here we go. We're back.
All right. Let me get the timer back in the correct position.
Y'all help me out here. What are we doing? I thought, did I miss something? I'm not. I thought we were starting. Are we in a hold pattern? No. The dogs are very wound up. You can get under the blanket. Come on. Bubba, look. Bubba, look. Come on. Bubba. Shoulder pads ready. Defense mode. We need Smog is usually our what do you call the person that lets you know where the defense shields are at in the Star Trek? He's usually the one who lets us know where the defense shields are at. The shoulder pad defense shields are at. Shoulder pads, 50% sustained damage. Death, conviction is imminent. Okay, here we go.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had it was after the bump, right? Do you have that? There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, "So my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked and soon so will you." Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, "Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about." Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. if you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So threatening, I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here and you're going to do something about it. That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markell being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously. If you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Sandy? Sandy. Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
And you're Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes, yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail?
Right, you did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, and this is important, I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with it. You know exactly what it is. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just gotta listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friend, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know the case has been taken care of. And has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Brier together. He told me the whole thing. And he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And 5K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send a 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you know, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tasso told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren, it is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not gonna go away, because Tasso told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K, that's all we were asking for.
I
Don't do that?
I don't know who Tasso is, you know what I'm saying?
We know you know who Tasso is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tasso. I know you don't know who Tasso is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you you want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money, get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends,
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know. We know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not money. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie. Talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me. You can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Brier with my brother Tasso, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Okay. Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this. And 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything. I know everybody. I know what happened. And she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words. And one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted. He has to pay this money. He has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markell being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me. So I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters. It's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the 1st degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markell be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. 1st degree murder is killing with premeditation. Is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markell is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of 1st degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he's shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit 1st degree murder. They have to prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the 1st degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. prove the following two elements beyond reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? Means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markell. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markell occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. Says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markell's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Could you put that on? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home. And if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that. So he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted, and it's worse. And here's the thing, the state has been saying since this woman was arrested that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you got to hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed. And the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented. And just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges. And they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Danny Markill was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is. They think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not, but maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. You know, I'm gonna sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markell killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Ms. Fulford, State, you may give your rebuttal.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. I haven't. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her the fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes. And that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Here's the other side. What do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markell on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role, not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3 and 4-year-old was, "Grandma says you're stupid." Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, "Grandma hates you." Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, "I'm outside your house." He said 10 minutes. He's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, "I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor." They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
Is
Incoming Paul voice, incoming Paul voice. So she's running out of time. She's asking for 5 more minutes. So we're going to be in the finishing lane here, crossing the threshold. For those just joining, you did not miss anything from missing the defense closings. It was all over the place. And she's summing it up very nicely here. The defense says everything. Hey, Audra, I hope y'all having fun in Denver. The defense says everything means something differently. She says this. It's what do you believe as a jury, right? Just like this whole thing about being outside the house. We have, hey, Emily. Here we go.
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover. But what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got 2 emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her. And she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markell is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markell, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. Quote, quotations on the sad. 64II. I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom. She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family, not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony about, based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markell, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, We are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
Yeah, they've muted, but oh wait, hold on.
We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats. Only the jury instructions and your notes.
Donna said, listen, my life is in your hands, everybody. Look at me. I'm all innocent and blue.
I'll send you a bill.
These are stripes of freedom. Not guilt. Not prison stripes. I'm sick to my stomach. I couldn't even eat a honey bun right now.
If you can check
Out of donuts.
on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay. There's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. I'm aware. There's the instructions. Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. What if the jury, when they were talking about we need to decide on the headphones and all this stuff, if the juror for a person or whatever was like, we're not going to use all that time. You don't need to worry. We don't need the headphones. We don't need a room. Oh, the room's taken. We don't need one. Y'all good just hanging out in the hallway for a second? Y'all good here? I mean, honestly, really, we can just pass. I think we're all good. We're good to go, Judge. I mean, yeah, the only reason, and here's the other thing too. Here's the other thing. They're sitting there like, look, my job gave me tomorrow off for this. So if we wrap this show up, I got paid for a jury day tomorrow. Is everybody else in on this with me? But yeah, I am. I mean, Georgia really summed it back up because again, with the defense, they only have what they can work with. Their key ingredient in their job is to poke holes in every possible thing, right? It's just unfortunate that there's not, this is, a lot of these cases, this one falls into the common sense, right? The defense is asking the jurors to remove basic common sense and logic. Emily D. Baker said that one of her cases came back in 10 minutes before they got the evidence of the jury. Oh, I believe it was some of these. I mean, some of them, it's like, and this could be one of them. Now, what I realistically think they're going to do is unless the judge wants them to sit back there for the evening, I think they're going to come back tomorrow in the morning and give it, and it'll probably be very quickly, which is the case we watched recently where it went down like that, where they sent it to the jury and basically the next morning they came in and it was bam, done. Was it Lori's? Now, personally, yeah, NRH, let me put this up here. Occam's razor, and I might be saying that wrong, is a problem-solving principle that suggests the simplest explanation is usually the best one. Pardon me. 100%. That's what we got going on here. The defense is asking the jury to suspend basic logic and what's in their face. It's like the TV thing. After all the things are connected, what do we think they're talking about, right? Why would they be talking into code? And just like that, why is your lawyer meeting with people who are extorting you? They've jumped around from thing to thing. Now, again, like she said, the defense doesn't have to prove anything, right? Now, it's in their best interest to explain things. Okay, listen, y'all, Jackie's in the courtroom, or was. Emily's day's just getting started, y'all. It's 12:23 there. We're 4:23 over here on the East Coast. Y'all are just getting wound up over there. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if I was a jury on this, I mean, I would just be, and again, the evidence for me that has been just, if I had to isolate, it's the phone calls. I cannot get past it. There's no bit of this evidence. And now some of it, like, so for example, I could easily sit here, even though I believe them, I could sit here and say the jailhouse informants, exclude that, right? If there's too much back and forth, exclude it. Okay, drop it. I don't even need to consider their evidence, right? For me, it's the phone calls, the text messages, the email, the bump, and everything that surrounds the bump is insanely damaging. And so what I mean by surrounds it is the phone calls, the text messages, and not just between hold on. Not just between what's her name, Donna and Charlie, but between Charlie and Kat and Katie and Garcia, the whole thing. Again, this is like an insight into amazing detective work. They took a risk. They said, you know what? We think this is what's going on here. They've gotten away with it, essentially. They've moved on. There's no reason to talk about it. What can we do? What can we do to shake them up? Awesome, Jack. Lily Bean says the bump tickled them all. They nearly lost their minds. Exactly. Dr. Barry says, I hate when the defense tried to paint Rob as a bad son when Donna is the one who likely ostracized him for marrying his love. Legit, right? I mean, it is what it is. Oh, thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. Jackie says, those that had the strongest voices were annoyed with the defense. So, there you go. So for those that are just joining, where the jury has the case now. Hold on. You know, and again, I kind of go back to this. Excuse me. So, but I forgot what I was going to say, y'all. I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. Yeah, Tux, it looks like everybody's names went back to normal. What it like, or what to where they were, or whatever. What's going on? No, I don't need y'all up on me. Yeah, I mean, here they go. They've sent this off to the jury. You know, they are like, whew. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we could get a verdict tonight. I mean, because the judge might be like, yeah, we're going to hang. Can you want this? You want your little cheeky poo on that? You can chew on that. You little puppy? You want to be a little puppy? You can do. I said, Jakey Poo, shooby doo. Jakey Poo, woo woo woo. Yeah, right. D-Burr brings up the strong voices, in my opinion, will be the lady who took lots of notes, two guys in the front that kept looking at us, and the guy that looks like Mike Emertrout or from Breaking Bad. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it'll be curious to say, because I'd be curious if some of these, like Lauren, if she had somebody from the jury on or something like that, I would be very curious to see what they have to say. Because, you know, they're just like, what? And again, this is what I was going to say earlier. So with Donna, but again, just like what Dee said up there about them, you know, paying all this money, but, you know, balking at $5,000. I just feel like they went. Oh, excuse me. I feel like they went, or they just went and got the cheapest lawyers they could. You know, and again, with the story that she has, what do you do with that? Right? I mean, come on. Like, literally, what do you do with the story? I mean, again, you know that, so you know that Adelson's, and when I say like Harry, I call him Harry all the time, Harvey and Donna, you know that they had to be very much like, no, you're going to do this. It's like, they're very big control freaks. Just like when, what's her name said, when Georgia laughed, when she was like, they were ecstatic to learn that it was the FBI and not an extortion person. Thrilled to learn they were under investigation. That's how cocky they were. Okay, we're talking mega control freaks. So you know Donna and him have been pulling the strings and telling them what they're going to do, and probably that's why, you know, this common theme that we see. Hold on, Jake, can I help you? Is there anything particular that you want off here? You want the chocolate milk? I mean, what's up? Jake's like, I might like to have a cup of chocolate milk myself, Father. Sure. A lot of, so in my opinion, when we see a lot of the these cases like this where the defense is just like, what are you talking about? You know, I just feel like it's them, number one, taking something to trial that is painfully obvious what happened, but they're trying their best, whatever. Sarah Boone, good example, right? Could have been on her way home. She's serving life now. And then trying to control the narrative. And again, you have the attorneys coming in who they can only work with what they have. And even if they're like, I'm going to look at it from this angle only, which to me, this is one of those kind of cases of, you have your interpretation, we have ours. There's only so much you can do. Oh, Emily got a picture with Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. Yeah, they were so happy to think that it was the government instead of an extortionist. I'm like, I would have been the opposite. I would have been like, oh, thank heavens, it's an extortionist. We'll just write him a check. I mean, why? But to me, that tells you they thought that they were that locked in. They were like, we've got this. I mean, you heard Charlie, a 99% mic drop. Trust me, bro. Okay. It's like, this is how entitled and just out of touch they are. I would have sung the praises of an extortionist if that's all it was. Because you can play that game, right? And they have the means to play that game. And like you heard from Charlie, he would just pay to have somebody else killed. Hold on, let me tell Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, my guess is I would be back there eating dinner, filling out the paperwork. Liz says, I was trying to drown them out down the most narrow part of Six Forks Pass in North Hills. Let me tell you what, that part where she's talking about North Hills, it's this kind of like higher end, like outdoor mall. It's big. It's like a bubble here, right? Y'all, when I tell you the lanes there, they're made for a little Prius. Okay. And there's numerous ones and it is crazy, but it's a cute little, sorry, we had door drama and dog drama. It's the time where everybody's like doing stuff in the hallways. And so the dogs are like, people are peopling. People are peopling. It's okay, everybody. That was very scary, that door and everything. Shooby dooby doo. Where are you? So yeah. So that's what we're doing. So what we're gonna we're just gonna kind of chill. You want this? Is that what you want? Probably what I'll do here shortly is I gotta walk the dogs and do that, but I'll keep this going, just until we're gonna kind of just keep going until they say what's gonna happen. My guess is that's where I was at with the dogs start barking. My guess is this is what's gonna happen. The jury's back there talking about, let's get some Starbucks, let's get some steak, let's get this, let's get that. Let's get the paperwork filled out. Let's decide who's who. Let's take a vote. Now, here's my thing. If they took a vote and everybody was like, I don't have questions, hands down guilty, okay, that's when I'd be like, Judge, we're ready. We're ready to do this. You know what I'm saying? And then I'd be like, okay, here we go. But if it was anything like, 10 of us think this and 2 think that and blah, 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 I'd be like, can we come back in the morning? Even though I didn't want to, it is what it is. It's 4:30. They've just suffered through being talked and yelled at all day long. Shooby dooby doo. Where are you? Yeah, 100% they're getting that dinner. 100% they're getting that dinner. And they could be in there like while dinner's getting ordered. I don't know how they do it. Yeah, they could be in there talking about, let's fill this paperwork out. What do y'all think? Blah, 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 blah. Let's eat this dinner. Let's get some Outback. I'd be like, look, can we do some, what's that thing called where you get the food delivered to your house? And it costs like $100 extra. Uber Eats. Hold on. DoorDash, that's right. Thank you. Let's find something to put on in the meantime. Please continue to hold your call. Well, you know what? Let's do for people who didn't see it this morning. Do y'all want to watch the guy who pretended? Do y'all want to watch the guy who pretended to have a heart attack in jail? It's a short one. It's a 3-minute one. Not in jail. The guy who represented himself, who pretended to have a heart attack at trial. Let's watch him again. We could put something on. You know, what would be fun is what about Daryl Brooks? What about a compilation of Daryl Brooks? Or can we handle that? That might be too. We might be done. We might be done, y'all. Hold on. Let me find it on the other screen. Hold on. Oh yeah, Suitcase Sarah's better. Yeah. Okay, so here's this. So context. Well, they'll explain it here. So this is old, y'all, but this is a classic. Okay. Now, if they start, I'm gonna be looking on the other screen, but if they start doing some stuff over there, y'all let me know.
County Courthouse in Dayton, Ohio, for the trial of Keeson Wilkins. Wilkins is charged with felony assault and multiple other charges after he allegedly attempted to murder a man in Dayton, Ohio.
Did she inform you that she had family in another part of Ohio?
Wilkins is choosing to act as his own attorney and seems to be struggling.
She did not provide me with that information now. She never provided with you. Excuse me, officer. Your Honor, excuse me for a second. I need some time.
We're going to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please step out.
A few minutes later, Wilkins is apparently unresponsive while sitting in a chair.
The record should reflect that the defendant is slouching over to the side and acts like he's sleeping. His breath appears to be quite normal. Doesn't appear to be labored in any way. Is that a fair assessment, sir?
Yes.
It's not labored in any manner.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does he appear to be doing anything to you other than sitting in that chair?
No, Your Honor.
That's a smelling salt.
Oh, a remarkable change. Thank you. Anything, Mr. Thompson? Mr. Wilkins, do you have any questions for this witness, sir?
The judge is asking Wilkins if he wishes to continue questioning the witness.
I'll take that as a no, sir. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
The lack of urgency on the part of the judge or anyone else in the court is because Wilkins has resorted to many distractions and delay tactics during the case already, though this was by far the most dramatic.
Mr. Wilkins, as I advised you yesterday, sir, your disruptive behavior was challenging your ability to continue to represent yourself. You've been checked out by trained deputies who are medics. You've been checked out by a registered nurse as well as an emergency medical technician, all of whom indicate that there is nothing physically wrong with you, nor any reason why you couldn't continue here, sir. But as I advised you, sir, and as the case law is very clear about, your behavior will not cause a mistrial. It certainly may have an effect on the jury. Sir, in 5 minutes, I'm going to start again, with or without you.
Despite his committed performance, Wilkins is eventually found guilty of felony assault, discharging a firearm into a habitat, and having a weapon while under disability, meaning he was a felon while in the possession of a firearm. He's currently serving a 48-year prison sentence.
And I will continue with closing arguments from the state, and I will assume then, sir, that you have waived your right to a closing argument.
It was his commitment for me. Okay. It was him sitting up being like this. Because he was like, I said this earlier, he was like, once you pull something like that off, even if he's done it the whole time in court, you have to commit. You got to ride it through. Okay. You got to ride it through. It's like if you're at work talking about, you come up with some like concoction, like, oh, I'm going to get out of today. I'm going to pull this number right here. And then it's like something comes up and you can't. You're like, well, now I got to play this off all day. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you were a kid and you fake sick to get out of school and then you had to play it off all day long, even though your parents knew. They were like, yeah, ride or die. You had to ride or die that situation. He had to ride it out. Fighting for his life over those smelling salts. Fighting for his life over those smelling salts. Okay. I'm talking those. They were good. They were good. That was a good one. I'm talking good. Okay, so now hold on one second. I'm going to put you on mute. Hold on. I'm going to look for Sarah Boone on the other thing. Wait, y'all. I'm going to do... Okay, this is good. Y'all, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to do... We got to do a poll. This is how serious it's going to get. Okay, we got to do a poll for this one. Hold on. Hold on. This is serious now. Okay. Okay, y'all. Now, for those just joining, we're in a holding pattern. We are waiting. The jury's out, okay? Jury's out. We're going to do this for a little bit. We'll just see what comes back. We are on, but you know what? Let me put a little banner up. Let me do a little banner. I feel like I have a Verdict Watch banner. No, we're going to have to do another one. Okay, hold on, where y'all at? Okay, we're gonna do this for a couple more minutes, and then we'll end it, and we'll go with whatever. So yeah, we're on Verdict Watch, and what I'm gonna do, I gotta plug my phone in. Let me go back over here. What I might do on this, because courtrooms, here's the thing. This is what we're going to do over here. So we're going to go to, what's her name again? Donna. Donna Adelson trial. We're going to do courtroom TV. Verdict watch. Okay, because they post stuff up here. You know what I'm saying? They have stuff up there. So if it comes back or whatever, obviously we're gonna do that. We're gonna put it up here. Okay, yeah. So so let's go see what we have over here. Please hold. The Sarah Boone police interrogation is legit comedy gold. Okay, and it's legit comedy gold. And I'm gonna legitimately use this word when I describe it. The reason it's legit comedy gold is because it's so unintentional, right? It's like this obvious tragedy, but she's so unintentionally like being herself that it's so over the top. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna do Sarah Boone. Do we want Sarah Boone in court or do we want the police interrogation? Sarah Boone in court or police interrogation? I mean, maybe I should do another thing. I mean, we got time to kill, right? So the jury's been out for 30 minutes. Unintentional. Okay, let's get this going. The interview's coming in strong, y'all. Interview's coming in strong. The interview is always a classic to go with because some of the stuff in the courtroom is more like nuanced, I guess. The police interrogation is just unfiltered Sarah. Sarah in her prime, let's call it. Tracy says, I know Sarah's interrogation in my heart. Same. Literally same. Okay, so let's go over here. I've seen what I needed to see. Oh, Sandy asked if I'm going to go see The Conjuring. I would love to. Hold on.
let us know if at any time you need more, okay? I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
Protocol?
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights, your rights? Yeah, so it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you
thing.
follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay, and it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then, you know, you get a mark from it, you'll get bruising, like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his like lip. We could see his mouth was a little
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent, like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, you know, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, like, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there like last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then into Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately. even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there hasn't, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-compos mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Yeah, about this much.
Mm-hmm. And then that you had I don't even know how how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep, but he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
But you said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
Nope. When I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through because.
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters. Yes.
Nothing
No.
relationship-wise though, like no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship or was it just about?
Just
like
what's
the stresses?
going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room and then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what? We're here. It is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to?
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what VIP stands for, Matters Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers. And we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you have when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him
I
out
know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it. Like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if you all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's gonna do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs, maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? I don't, you kind of like lost me. Like what are you
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
no, I'm just saying like previously, why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
No, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could.
About what time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking?
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then.
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like. Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there. And just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started to listen to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship. When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I
mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, no. I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming, other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I get my phone, I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George, and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shutting down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
Jackie, I just wanted to say real quick, thank you so much for all of your emails and all the information you've been translating from the courtroom. It has been absolutely wonderful. We greatly appreciate your intel and your tea. And yeah, if you do your email up, I'll read it. If we're still going tonight, I'll read it if you get it, but again, no rush. Or I can read it in the morning. And we're just waiting, y'all, for those who have just joined. I'm looking in on the other screen at Courtroom TV and Tallahassee Democrat. Pardon me, to see like if something like when they pop up, usually Court TV will say, hey, this is what's happening, or whatever. So we'll do that. So we're watching the Sarah Boone interview in the meantime, and we're getting to the absolute classic part, so I will continue to let it play.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am.
okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay. No, it was just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. This came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find there.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And it's
Fuck
just,
you.
that's you, your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I can't fucking breathe, man. Yeah. he choked me.
I don't want to watch it, please. Okay.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had 2 fingers hanging out. and you
I
went to
flipped him
that-
over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner-
does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. And
He'll be
it
up here
looks
any
like-
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you
He's
think
not
he's
able to get out.
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you
No.
recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're the
didn't-
only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah,
I can't
I
breathe.
can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I don't
He's
think-
never been locked in a suitcase, that's
No.
where he couldn't get out, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying
is
wolf,
coming.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing,
Okay.
and you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
well, I know what,
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
oh,
Why don't you remember making the video?
probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean
told us
that
several
you,
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to figure
saying.
out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you
again-
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out? He
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because
That's
it
like
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a
No.
joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you love
I wouldn't do
George.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's not that was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what
by
I've
your
done for
acts,
him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show
No.
you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him
cheated on
just
me.
fuck you.
Well, you said it in the
said
video,
it in the
but you
video.
won't let us play the rest of it 'cause you don't
And
want to.
When I
told
say
him.
cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I
And if
think
you
so
cheat-
too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't
fuck
know
you.
what you. This is
What would you say
life-changing.
if somebody told you that they had done this?
done what?
Zipped somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to, like,
The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
no.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
And that's why we want to know.
and
the
I don't remember
injuries-
doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say.
you thought he could
Those
get out
are-
on his
yes.
but the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger,
From the outside.
but it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paperclip, so that's what assisted you in doing it?
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paperclip on it. It's got.
But the zipper part is broken,
Yes, which is why we were gonna send it.
Yeah.
I just.
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if he saw like where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No
I
one
didn't
sees
see
the
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been
and
drinking
then watches
probably
that
went
video?
to sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick, especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
but my thing
you
is
say
that
we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling
finger,
you what's on there.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He eventually would have been able to get out.
Huh.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay, well.
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Yeah, so
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this,
Okay.
whom I loved, it was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally
left
go to
him.
bed because I'm thinking, okay,
Hold
good,
on,
he can
hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
goes
normally do
off
when you
whatever
go to
you're
bed?
gonna do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you
what?
can tell too that, like, I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed
also.
to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes,
Okay.
you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray me
We're not trying
as?
to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I wouldn't call
Everything
it fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
Explain
You
to
all
me how.
don't, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there to
didn't
teach
kill
him.
him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no harm. Because you don't.
And then he doesn't, but you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And dozed off.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
You roll it.
You roll it out, like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then called you guys. And I was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that, he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
don't
Were you punishing him?
No. Just.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. It's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
He's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all.
I'm not asking you a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying, I can't.
My God.
And you say, fuck you.
When he, so like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11, minimum.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos. It's
Between the 2
11
videos?
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You're like,
again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got somebody in
Obviously,
there.
like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and check
And
on
it's
him.
the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I
to
don't care
do,
about 30
whatever.
minutes.
It's like, for all I know, it's 10
He's begging for
minutes.
his life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
Guys, I know. I don't know.
This was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like?
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's excluding, that's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, or we're not, we haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like,
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of a suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
now
what
we're
you said
asking
is
you
like,
to
oh, I'm
explain
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys were within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They
same
were both
exact day.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
So one was.
There's two Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mhm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back.
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
But we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
It's not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You did. You got up off the couch
It doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you, he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result
laid
of your
hands
action.
on each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that.
So,
That's why
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
well,
Where
what
else are
about
we
when
gonna go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he
nothing
and I
happened to
have
you.
not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's?
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not,
alcohol
again,
is the reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I
to
need to
punish
do
him?
or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap. Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
You did.
Yes. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You said
The video was from last night.
clearly
So it wasn't
Still
that,
inside you.
yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it,
But I would never do that.
but it happened and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's
I would hate to see
having
a
a
bad
good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well.
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
But what about
person,
drunk
easy
you?
going.
Not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was there.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did
did.
it.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because
Oh my
what
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
that's
in
the
is where his
unfortunate.
body was.
That's the unfortunate
Was
thing too,
upside
is
down.
nobody else was there. That's the
We have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on its back again, so you had to flip it
I'm
to there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say,
the point of
does
the
that
video.
help you sleep? But you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I
the-
maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very,
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common like,
Nope.
hey Scott, fuck you.
Thank you.
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
So I would probably be telling myself that too
My
after that video.
intent was not for that to happen.
but you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's
Regardless,
that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave him.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing your story.
Lying about what?
You're now you're drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
You did.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right. Admit that you were drunk.
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you left them in there. You did trying to dance around the fact that you left them in there.
This is not.
You didn't leave them in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool. He's dead. It's
but
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
but
can't
when you
breathe.
say that though, but you have to.
Please let me out. I can't
Y'all
breathe.
don't know George though. Like that. Again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9? So he's not,
Really?
It's not a big deal. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed, woke up the next day.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
Wouldn't let him out of the suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
all
video.
Day.
Not by that video. That
all day.
Wasn't. Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me. You don't know me.
Nope.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
I don't know.
Like why?
9-year-old son would be.
Like
why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When
because
you should be more concerned about what you told us.
It's because
And
like you guys are like trying,
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
like
told
what
us
is opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's
I'm
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need any more water?
No, but when you come back, can I ask about this?
Yeah.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
is it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so.
them.
Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say, that's, I mean.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How did
Incoming Paul voice, incoming Paul voice, incoming Paul voice. So, does anybody have any word from any of the other channels of what's going on in the courtroom? And let me go look up at my thing because we're almost at 2 hours. And what I think is interesting is that it's making me think that the jury's like, no, we got this. You see what I'm saying? They're like, no, we don't need to, like, we're good. Because it's still going on. Now let me look up. What's her name again? Donna. Oh, wait, here you go. Let's see here. Let me get back to y'all. Where'd y'all go? You're right here. Oh, hey, Jackie. Yeah, Jackie says, see y'all. Jackie's been in the courtroom. We saw you today. Well, we saw you every day, Jackie. Yeah, YouTube says, like, trying to act like they're deliberating. I'm telling you. Yeah, they got some free food and some Starbucks. They filled that paperwork out. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's look her up on X. Donna Adelson. Let's see if anyone's like tweeting anything out. Latest. Donna Adelson. Okay, this is just people. Will the jury find her guilty, render a verdict in a trial? It's been noticed in the jury. Okay. The prosecution is brilliant. Yeah. Why are we taking a closing? What should be done, Adelson? Times in trial. Okay, sure, great. Okay, Courtroom, okay. I mean, nothing from anybody. Oh, Jackie's gonna do it. So, y'all, Jackie's gonna update us with like her findings, if you will, of the day or whatever, and we'll read it. Let me get back over here. We still got the seal on Tallahassee Democrat. What is it called? Tallahassee Democrat website. Still deliberating. When they go home, the chat went in. Harvey, no need to look rash. Got when it hurt. So nothing going on over there. Court TV. Are they seeing anything? That's really behind bar. So, yep. An hour and 53 minutes. So nothing going on there. Let me come back over to y'all. I know, right? Everybody's gonna start freaking out. I mean, because you got to remember the first. Again, they have to. This is my opinion how this is gonna go down. They have to go in the back. They have to. Everyone get situated. Let's bring the stuff. What can come back here? I imagine that takes like just physically getting everyone situated in the room, and 30 minutes, right? So let's go ahead and knock it down to, they've been back there an hour and 20 minutes. Well, then they got to do the who's going to be the foreman. Let's take a poll. Where's everybody at? You know what I mean? So like the preliminary type stuff, and that poll is going to determine. Now they're probably also hungry. And so like, let's go ahead and put some food in. So let's read the little paperwork. Let's get, so it's almost like I can see how it takes a couple of hours, but anything when we start getting into 2 to 3 hours where I'm like, they're probably going to ask to go home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, YouTube, I saw that. That was classic where she's like all doing her little thing. It's just, pardon me, Donna's going to be Donna. And she's going to be Donna in this courtroom. Yeah, they have to be hungry, right? We'll be right back. Over here at this. See if anybody see anything in the comments. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. It's old. Yeah, they have to be tired. I would have already asked to go home. If we got back there and took a poll and there's one thing that was not saying not guilty or whatever, I would have been like, I want to go home. We'll come back in the morning. Point blank period. But I don't have time to mess with this fool. Yeah, Donna was up there looking real pitiful. Real pitiful. Pardon me. Okay, I'm gonna put Sarah back on. We'll just keep on keeping on.
But that's how they wait about them when.
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh! Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many? You had two neighbors you went to and asked to go.
See,
use
that
the
is just
restroom.
not
Said,
fair.
No, hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person. Okay. She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like,
bathroom.
Go over there and try over there.
There's 2 bathrooms.
I
So
wouldn't
both
let
are
somebody go
bathrooms?
upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the
Really?
downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No, I was asking last night, because, I mean, we had several different people in the
Assuming
neighborhood
that
come up saying
Eli
that
and
she was
Kim.
drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no.
Okay.
And like I said, she's not a
Yeah,
nice person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the
Yeah,
fingernails.
you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't think that it's.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that, is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna
We're not
agree to
making
anything that you're
assumptions.
saying. I'm not, that you're.
So his probation officer,
Mm-hmm.
do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling. We don't.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't
else I
have
was
to
just
call
getting ready to
him.
ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or
That's
y'all
what
are saying
she-
that I
that's what-
physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was get ready to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get the final whatevers?
What does it matter? Why? What we tell his parents, what do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
okay,
I have to.
but it's gonna
like,
come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's
scratch,
the thing,
and
here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
My body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to
to
the next
family.
of kin.
Yeah. Okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the receipts. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you like what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it.
Mm-hmm.
And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So.
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George,
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to be pinned on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you
I'm
want.
trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian, like so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is, it's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, it does, like, I'm not, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot
What are we gonna tell them?
But we can't even, but so technically there's no concrete report yet even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So
Parents that are dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. Missy should be there. I don't watch the
What's coming out of
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Okay.
I hope you take that to heart, please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
No telling.
What do you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean.
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop.
Okay.
But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know. I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but that, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore on my son's life was unintentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
So do you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm gonna call you next.
Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
No.
Our report.
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then.
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but.
She's looking at him again,
Yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The
Most
FDA
of that
results?
you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
They all know about it?
Sorry, our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No more.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
No, just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I had no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I
did
do
you?
it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know
Never.
why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
It's feeding and penning. The fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please?
4:46.
In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept, because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
This is fine. I'll just look over text her. I was like, I literally heard the beep. I was like, that would be so weird. I was like, gonna be how much.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Punishment in itself.
Yeah. Definitely a tragic situation.
I am through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
This is
Making a comment. I mean,
CSI that was there yesterday. I think she took your photos.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Yeah, so Jackie just sent me an email, and what we're gonna do is read it. Jackie's been in court, kind of like corresponding to us from the from the trial. What I'm gonna do is put it back on this. We'll watch Sarah get arrested here in a second, but I'm gonna put it over here so that I don't have to worry about switching over while I read this. And that way, if something happens, like, we're there. Okay. First of all, thank you, Jackie, for taking the time to do this. Okay, sorry for the typos. They're hard to be done. Okay, yep. No worries at all. Mine are always horrible. Mine are bad. Don't worry. Mine are just as cheap adultery. Yours, you've had, your emails are nice and easy to read, Jackie, so I appreciate it. Okay, so she says, if I read this, let the squad know that this is, of course, just my thoughts. However, I did talk with several people there. Other than being pushy to get the best seats when the doors open, they were all very friendly. A rowdy group outside, everyone got to know each other and updated. Many of these thoughts I discussed with others and listened to their conversations, too, which helped me gather my uneducated opinion. Oh, and I recommend the Sofa Squad to several and talked to a few that knew you. Oh, thank you, Jackie. We do appreciate you Putting it out there for the old sofa squad. And yeah, obviously these are Jackie's sofa opinions, all that kind of stuff. So it is what it is, right? We're greatly appreciative of you for letting us know and catching the vibe and all that. Okay. Let's see. Jackie says, I don't know the jurors' numbers, but I'm going to number them by the order they walk in, with the first row being the first 8 and the back row being 9 to 12 and 2 alternates. Okay. Okay, so number 1 is a white male, probably, mid 40s, indie band vibe. The guy, hold on, Jake, this guy, and the one sitting next to him would stare at us for long periods at a time, as if they were looking for our reactions. They both, hold on, no. What is, sorry, we're fighting over the rubber ducky thing. They both did this often during defense case and during the defense closing statements. They especially did this when they went over the video of Donna taking the bump. They didn't look at us to the state's closing at all. I believe they will have strong voices for guilty. Yes, the vibe that you're talking about there, Jackie, to me, it's almost like they're looking at y'all like, are they like, do they hear this insanity, right? To another tall ginger white male, probably like 30 to 40 years old. Plus, this man chuckled at the defense and shook his head after something said during the testimony of Linda Bailey, who got called out for being in the room during the testimony of the other marriage attorney. This happened when Georgia got aggressive with her yesterday. Hold on. He also rubbed his head often during the defense closing. I think he will vote guilty, strong voice. 3, a younger blonde redheaded man that I call Sleepy, seems to be like early to mid 20s. Okay, this guy, kid to me, was often slumped in his chair and holding his head up with his hands. He was alert during the state closing, but not the defense closing, less voice. So another one, stocky white male with a beard and small ponytail that I call lumberjack, looks to be like 45, 55, somewhere in there. This man was always leaning forward, which made it difficult to see the juror 6, 7, 8. My guess is he votes guilty, less sure, strong voice. Older, bald, white man that looks like Jonathan Banks from Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, approximately like 60 years old. This guy took notes, not as much as writing lady number 9. He was very alert, though. I can only guess guilty, less sure, strong voice. 6, a white or Hispanic man with brown hair, maybe 30 to 40. No sense of this guy. He was hard to see. No guesses. Number 7, a younger black male around 20 to 30. He looked happy to be there when, YouTube, so far all men. He looked happy to be there when walking in, but I could never read his face during the trial. No guess. He does seem easygoing, so he could go with the majority. Okay, we got a female coming up. 8, a young blonde female wearing glasses. Wait, I don't understand this part. On her eyeballs, I thought they went on your head. Approximately 20 to 25. I couldn't see her much at all. No opinion on her thoughts. She's young, so I wonder if her voice will be strong. Back row. A woman in the back row closest to something with gray hair. I refer to her as the lady that writes a lot. So this is the lady that just writes a lot. 40 to 60 years old. She was very attentive, but stopped taking notes yesterday during the Bailey testimony when it was getting ridiculous. I think she is likely voting guilty, strong voice. Yeah, probably at that point, she was like, I'm done, right? She was like, I'm finished. Okay, 10. A white male with light-colored hair who rocked in his chair a lot, looks to be 30 to 40. He rocked in his chair often and also looked around at the gallery a lot. He took notes. He was directly behind jurors 1 and 2. I think he's voting guilty. Strong voice. A woman who was probably Asian or Indian. I called her the wall hugger because there was a post there was a post that stood out. So she was hidden if you sat on the state side, maybe 25, 35 years old, couldn't see her much. I have no opinion how she'll vote. Oh, thanks, Kay Bush. I appreciate that. We got 10 new members. Woohoo. Thank you, Kay Bush. That's really sweet of you. A blonde woman who I called Angry to Be Here Lady. Hell, that could have been my nickname if I was there. Approximately 30 to 35. She sighed a lot, held her head up a lot, and some thought she fell asleep the other day. She either had resting bee face, no offense to her, or she was done with this trial by day 2. She will want to go home ASAP. I did see her sigh, shift, rest head most when the defense was interviewing statements. I feel there's a strong chance she will vote guilty. And she might have a strong voice to say guilty. Now let's eat and wrap this up. Alternates not relevant now. Then there was 2 alternates that were dismissed. Tiffany and Chantel. Okay, yeah. Young. So wait, no. A young blonde, approximately 25, and then a young black woman who wore a COVID mask the entire time. 20, and she was also 23, 25. So these were like younger people, it sounds like. Young women. So to summarize, jurors 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11 are strong guilty. So jurors 1, 2, 9, 10, and 11. So that's 5. Okay. Then, where are we at? I think 4 and 5 are also voting guilty, but I'm less certain, but they do look like they have a lot of thoughts too. Juror 3 and 12 just want to go home. I think they will vote guilty. 6, 7, 8, and 11, I can't give a good assessment of them because they were harder to see or read. I don't think they'll have strong voices. Form and guess, I think, where are we at? I think either juror 1, 4, 5, or 9 will be chosen as the foreman. Okay. Pardon me. I'm sorry. Very interesting, Jackie. Thank you very much. So this is the vibe that I'm getting. And obviously this is like, how third party information at this point, because I wasn't there. So I'm just reading her vibe. But like, kind of the same way we were. So you know how like when we're listening to some of the defense where it just got ridiculous and you start getting bored because your mind, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, you make your mind up, but it's like your BS meter can only go off so far with something and you kind of disassociate. You go into distortion. You know what I mean? So it's like some of these that you're talking about, Jackie, it seems like that they were going into a distortion because they were like, what? Like if I quit taking notes at a certain point on something, for me, that's like, I've made my mind up about that. Like I don't care what this person says anymore at this point. You're either wasting my time or I've heard enough. So like that Bailey lady, I would have made my mind up with her real soon. I would have made my mind up real soon with her. Like I would have been a little bit ticked off because I would have been like, there's a certain level on some of this where it's like, you're now making me think that you think I'm incredibly stupid as a juror and that I'm going to fall for this. You know what I mean? Like that kind of vibe. Then there's going to be some people, like you said, and unfortunately, I think there can be some jurors like this where, imagine a group project. Imagine like a group project in school, high school, college, whatever. You know how you have some people who are like, we're going to take control and I'm going to be doing all because I'm a control freak. I want to get a good job or a good grade, right? And then there's some people that are like, look, y'all just tell me what to do. I'm just trying to go home tonight and hang out or whatever, And then there's some people that are going to be like, well, what if we do this? And they kind of get extra about it. To me, that's what a jury's like. And it's like, you're going to have some people like, no, we're jurors. It's our duty. And this is how it should go, right? We're going to look at all the evidence again. Now, there's going to be some people that are like, I made my mind up a while ago. I listened to everything, but I'm done. Okay. And then there's going to be like a couple of those people you're talking about. They might just be like, I'm just trying to go home and have some dinner. Let's eat and leave. Right. It's just, Yeah, Barb says always a Karen on the journey. I mean, literally, it's just, you're going to have that. Like, I don't know. And there might be some people, you never know too, you never know where people are coming from. I mean, granted, we learn a lot about them and, you know, picking the jury, you know, that kind of a thing. And obviously not us specifically, but I'm sorry, excuse me, but like the other people. But you know, we learn a lot about these people, so you kind of get a vibe, is what I'm getting at. But you never know where people are coming from. Jake has the ducky. Sorry, he's gonna make it do that noise. This is how he gets the puppies to play with him. Okay, Jackie says, also when Jackie started her opening statements, she was somewhat belligerent, and I could sense they didn't like hearing Jackie say, I told you so, or what does the word X mean, like a teacher. And yeah, see, Jackie, that's the one thing that the whether it's the defense or the state, you know, in this case, the defense, people run a hard risk on how you address the jury. And with this, I feel like the defense was asking the jury to suspend a lot of reality to get to where they wanted them to. And so then on top of it, where it's this, you know, talking to them almost like, this is ridiculous that we're even here. It's like, no, there's a lot here for us to look at. So let's not just sweep it under the rug and try this little attitude of, I can't even believe we're here. It's preposterous, you know. And we told you that after an 8-hour day like that, no, you can come at me a different way, right? Jackie says the bad technology on her part, the horrible visuals that no one can see. Yeah, all these things contribute. Now, YouTube asked, do we think Wendy's next? At this point, I don't even know. I know that if I was here's the thing too. So pretend that you're Wendy or Harvey. Now, Harvey a little bit different because he's retired. He can kind of, you know, he has money. He can kind of like insulate himself from the public, if you will. Okay. What's her name? Wendy has a job. She's working. She's doing stuff. She's blah, 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 blah. Okay. What I'm getting at is this. Imagine this trial getting aired and you're Wendy and you're going to work tomorrow morning to an office with everybody that you know they're talking about this stuff. Okay. Honey, if there was ever a reason for remote work, thank you. If I was a kid, I would be like, I want the last name Markel. So, you know, and just kind of raking back over it. I mean, again, it just depends. I mean, legit, I'm surprised we haven't heard from the jury, in my little opinion. Okay. Do I feel like there's some stuff they could look over a little bit more than, say, Lori or Sarah Boone, right? I guess. I could not get, I'll say it 100 times over, I could not get past the bump. Right? I can't get past that. Cannot get past it. And all the things that go along with it. And what's her name? Jackie, not Sofa Jackie, but Defense Jackie. She saved the bump for the very end. You know, she went over all this stuff, talking about, well, why they do this and they didn't do this, and they very easily, very easily torn apart stuff, whatever. Can't spit it out. So she saved that for the very end. Well, then when she started talking about it, it doesn't. Georgia dismantled the defense very eloquently, in my opinion. So again, I'm assuming there's some people that are really wanting to question some evidence and look at it, and they ordered dinner and did this and that, and you know, you never know with the jury, but I mean, to me, I feel like if the jury was like, look, y'all, we need to go home. You know, let's come back tomorrow, that maybe we would either already be hearing about that or no, we don't do that. No, we don't growl either. Yeah, I feel like we would have already heard it. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. No verdict yet. We've been wishing and hoping and praying and dun and dun and dun 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 dun. Nope, Iowa. The jury has not. We're still in a holding pattern. Okay, where is? Let me go back over here. Yeah, Rob. I agree. Rob, the estranged son, is the only decent one in that family. Okay, hold on. Let's switch back over to this real quick. Hold on.
The defense also asked for a judgment of acquittal for the second time, which the judge denied again. Now, during closing arguments, the state focused on Donna wanting revenge, while the defense pointed out lack of evidence.
The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win.
There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed. She was planning to have him killed. She was going to find somebody to kill him. She was going to pay somebody to kill him. She was going to kill him. That she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died.
We'll let you know as soon as there is a verdict or the jury has a question. All right, now back to Tennessee for the preliminary hearing in the abandoned baby family murders case against Austin Drummond. Drummond is accused of killing 38-year-old.
So, there you go. I mean, that's where we're at. 2 hours and 40 minutes. No questions. No nothing. I personally think that they don't have any questions or, oh, sorry, I'm reading the courtroom TV's chat. I was reading the wrong chat room. I was going to answer somebody that didn't ask something. I mean, what it tells me, and again, I don't know anything, they must just be sitting there back there going back and forth with each other, talking about what do you need to see to change to guilty. Imagine if they had a hung jury, y'all. I'd be like, y'all, you know, Georgia's going to be like, I am done. Okay, now we've almost made it to the end of Sarah Boone. Let's watch her get arrested for the. I don't know how many times I've watched this. Let's take it to the end.
So I'm just going to take your swab and go around on one hand and then do the separate one for your other hand. Right hand.
Okay, Bush, thank you very much. That's sweet of you. Do you mean you mean Sarah Sidebar? Hold on, wait. You mean Sarah Sidebars? You mean like updates on her and stuff? I haven't watched any of her what do you call it? Her family law trial. But definitely as stuff comes out like her, appeals and stuff, absolutely. Wait, hold on. Jackie says, hold on, please hold. Jackie says they'll decide by 7-ish. Jackie, is that what they said when you were in the courtroom? Is that what he said somewhere in there? Because yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, okay, what are they like? What are they doing back there? Jake.
A little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Okay, I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So you're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True
everything?
and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
Because
That's how
anytime
you
we talk
swear.
to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we talked about is
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to
understand
call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So
You'll
why
be
is this
afforded-
happening? So this was a trick?
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
this a
trick.
trick? I'm in here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. He's still dead. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
Really.
So if I didn't show up? Why is
You're
this
trying-
happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave,
when
that I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
Okay.
Lucas is waiting for mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably like tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
the,
this was gonna happen. And I need water like really bad, please.
how is she?
You all check me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes as I go.
What? Am I good on that? She's for that.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have free phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down in there, get booked in, you'll be able to, use a phone in the waiting
Or how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
You know, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone
Yes?
call
Yeah.
in the lobby, it's a free phone
All
call.
I'm doing is bringing you there, sign
Yep.
this paper, and you're all good.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the Big Bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the Big Bay. And you'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like he's saying, is if you don't
If
act
you go
up.
in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the Big Bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing
I
at
do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the Big Bay?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on those little things.
Hey,
I don't know.
change the cuffs. Call it
Go
in.
stand up.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too, my bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are the opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen,
You did? Okay.
so I
Well,
came
we
down here
did.
willingly.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I have my, I don't know if it's able to be or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to
Put your.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse, and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Okay?
Hold on.
Yes, ma'am. Let's say no. My bad.
All right, brother.
Y'all know that only one thing can follow up Sarah Boone. Stephen! Why, Stephen? Even just him sitting there like that has me rolling. Okay, so what's so funny about this one? What's so like whatever is the way that this boy is able to literally just remain steadfast, and it drives the officer, the detective, whatever he is, crazy. That's the part that takes me out. He just sits there and flatlines this whole time, and that dude is like, "Come on, Stephen boy." It drives the detective absolutely crazy. Yeah, this is mostly. Oh my God, I was done. I pulled up Stephanie last week trying to find her over here. So where we're at, y'all, is we're waiting on a verdict. I think the fact that they're still not saying they're going home or doing anything like that tells me that we might have a verdict tonight. I mean, who knows? Because over here on Court TV, there's nothing. It's almost 3 hours, right? And then over here, nothing on Tallahassee Democrat. I'm not seeing any kind of tweets, no nothing. You know, it's just we're hanging out. So I'm gonna start Steven.
All right, brother. All right. I just gotta ask you a few more questions.
Okay.
You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right. You don't have any weapons on you, do you?
No.
That's just you are. What's wrong? You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, put your hands up here, you remember us talking earlier tonight, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yes.
Okay. I need to know about this girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay. Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all were friends, right?
Oh,
Both of
yes.
y'all are law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
Civil? Is that what you want to do for a living?
Yes.
Okay. Are you almost finished?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have too much more to do, right?
No.
All right. Are you going to stay here in Macon?
I don't know.
Did you used to work at the district attorney's office in Macon?
Yes.
Was you on the prosecutor side or the defense side?
Prosecutor.
So you were on our side.
Yes.
Right. You never worked on the other side?
No.
Did you like it when you were down there?
Yes.
Got along with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No.
Hmm?
No.
Have you ever seen her with that dress on?
No.
You have no idea where she's at?
No.
Okay. Yes.
Randy Gonzalez said, don't forget that he needs a voucher for that pupil swap because he's going to pick it up in the crime lab.
Okay. My major didn't do that, but okay. All right. Bye. Look, just tell me what happened, brother.
I don't know.
Well, where's she at? I need you. I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Okay? I'm asking you for help. I need your help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
You don't know if you can help me?
Yes.
I need your help. Help me out. Tell me what to do. Has anybody asked you for help today? I'm asking you as a friend for help. Can you help me?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out?
I don't know what you need.
I need to know where Lauren's at.
I don't know.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Have you ever seen anybody over her house the last couple nights?
No.
Okay. If you knew where she was, would you tell me?
Yes.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
Do you even care that no one can find her?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
Do you have a girlfriend?
No.
Did you think Lauren was your girlfriend?
No.
I mean, you said you didn't have any other cars, right?
Right.
Well, why would everybody you went to school with for the last 3 and 4 years said that you own another car other than that Geo Prism? Everybody I've talked to, all your friends you were in school with, people that you worked at the district attorney's office with said you have other cars other than that car. And you're going to sit here today and tell me you don't have another car?
I don't.
Well, where's it at?
I don't have one.
You never had another car besides that Geo Prism.
No.
So if I call your granddaddy, he's going to tell me that you only have one car.
Yes.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do, because I already have his number. You don't know his phone number?
No.
I mean, You seriously can't help us out?
His number is in my cell phone
That's a start. Where's your cell phone?
at the apartment.
In your apartment? I mean, it's kind of late to be calling him. Does he stay up late?
I don't know.
Do you have a grandmother or is it just him?
My grandmother passed away.
A while back?
Yes.
But you're close to your grandfather, right?
Yes.
I mean, don't he own some property or something, he said? A couple of acres?
My granddaddy or my grandfather?
Who lives in Pike County?
My granddaddy.
Does he own any land down there?
Yes.
Okay. And do sometimes you go down there to visit him or something?
Last time we met, I went down and visited with my aunt and uncle.
Okay. What did he do for a living? Was he an attorney like you?
He worked for the Southern Railroad Company.
Is anybody in your family an attorney?
No.
You're the only one that went through law school?
Yes.
Well, that's an accomplishment, don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, it took a long time, right?
Yes.
A lot of studying. I think you told me earlier you were from up Atlanta, or did you live in Atlanta or Griffin or something like that?
Lilburn.
You don't have any family left up there?
Yes.
Well, who lives up there?
My parents.
Okay. Any brothers or sisters?
My sister lives in Tucker.
Georgia?
Yes.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment? That was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask. Do you cut underwear out to look like a mask?
No.
How many guns did you have in your apartment?
3.
What are they? Do you know what they are?
A rifle.
What kind of rifle did you have?
An AK semi-automatic.
Where'd you buy it from?
Classic Arms.
Is that Atlanta or something?
Online.
Okay. What kind of pistols do you own?
EAA Witness. Full size and compact.
Okay. What is that? What about the one that was on the bed?
That's the full size.
That's the full size one. What was the other one?
The compact.
Where was that at?
On the table by the bed.
Oh, yeah. Remember I was in there?
Mm-hmm.
And then you had that samurai sword.
Yes.
That was just that's not, is it an expensive sword or is it just a
No.
knockoff? It's just one of the knockoff swords.
Yes.
And what about the knife?
Which knife?
The one that was, remember you showed me it was dull?
Yes.
What kind of knife is that? Because I don't know.
Kukri.
I mean, where do you get something like that online?
I bought it from a friend.
Did you have any other knives in the house?
Yes.
That I didn't see? Because you didn't show me no other knives. That's the only ones you showed me. What other knives did I miss?
There's a pocket knife that's on the table.
Are you a knife collector or a knife person, or
No.
you just like knives?
I used to collect swords.
I mean, do you know your swords?
Yes.
I mean, to sell and trade swords?
No.
But you just bought here and there?
Yes.
But you wouldn't consider yourself like a sword expert?
No.
Okay. Because, they have that TV show where they sell stuff, at night on
Yes.
TV, but I don't know what it's called, the knife shop or something like that. Have you ever seen what I'm talking about? I don't know if you have
Yes.
cable TV or not. All right. Tonight we're still looking for Lauren. You know any of these other girls in this picture?
I know that she goes to the law school, but I
Okay.
can't remember her name.
So she's studying to be an attorney too?
Yes.
Okay. Is that how Lauren looked with the long hair the last time you seen her?
Yes.
Or that's how she looks?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this was in 2010. Who do you think took Lauren away?
I don't know.
Well, I need your help. Can you give me what is your observation of this? I know you're smarter, okay? I know you have an observation you can tell me. What do you think happened to her?
I think someone took her.
You think, I mean, you watch TV shows, right? Like
Yes.
detective shows. What's your observation? How do you think somebody would take her? If somebody did take her.
When she was running.
Does she normally run all the time?
She runs, I don't know how often.
You mean you think somebody might have took her when she was running like down the street somewhere?
Yes.
You don't think somebody got her when she got back to her apartment?
I don't know.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartments.
Yes.
You do know that. And it's a female, white female's body. Right there. Right next to y'all's apartment. Feet from her apartment. I mean, we don't know 100% sure it's Lauren, but we're pretty confident it is. We're waiting for some tests to be done to be 100% sure. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
I'm asking for your advice or your observation. Who in your complex would do something like that? You lived over there for 3 years. Tonight's the first night I think I've ever been over there. In your expert opinion, of all your knowledge of going through law school and all that, who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I don't know.
No names come to mind. You can't help me out a little bit? You can't help me out?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody at all that lives in that complex. You know, earlier you told me about a guy that lived in apartment 15. I mean, is he a decent guy?
I think so.
Don't y'all have a laundry room there or something?
Yes.
That everybody has access to the laundry room?
Yes.
Has anybody been working on the apartments below you in the last couple of weeks that you've noticed?
I haven't seen anyone.
But you don't know if they've been doing work on that apartment, number one?
No.
I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. I mean, did something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
I mean, you're not scared, are you?
No.
Are you sad that something happened to Lauren? If that's her in that trash can?
Yes.
When's the last time you said you can't remember the last time earlier today that you took the trash out to the trash can? Right? Am I wrong?
That's right.
I mean, because you said you stayed inside the whole weekend, I think, because you had all your food and all that. You never went to Kroger over the weekend or Walmart or anything?
I don't remember.
Bet you could have.
I don't know.
When you go to Kroger, when you do go to the store to get your food, do you use a credit card or you pay cash?
Cash.
Do you have a Kroger card?
Yes.
Okay. So the Kroger card should be able to tell if you were at Kroger this weekend, right?
Yes.
Do you swipe your card or just enter your cell phone number?
They scan it.
Well, because I enter my phone number because I can't.
Okay, y'all. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Thank you, K. Bush. Okay, y'all. So we have a verdict. We have a verdict. Okay, so here we go. Let me text Lori. Verdict is in. No, wait, I still see Court TV going on their thing. Are y'all sure? Did somebody else announce it? Hold on, where y'all go? I still see the clock running on Court TV. Like, did somebody like officially announce it? Lawyer Lisa, there's a verdict. Okay, okay. They just took cause time by. Okay, okay. Okay, hold on, let me go back over here. Got it. Y'all, I'm glad it's happening because let me tell you what, I'm in distortion. I'm in distortion. I'm in the portal. Yo, let me do this. I want to go to the bathroom real quick and get something to drink before it comes in. So let me go do it before they come up. I'll be right back.
them making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
All right, we're going to squeeze in a little break here, everyone.
Thank you,
Much anticipated
K-Ruption.
verdict in the case against Donna Adelson. We'll be right back, and we'll take you into that courtroom again right after the break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, did Donna Adelson play a role in the murder of Dan Markell? We're live with every development as deliberations get underway.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Studies show that having lots of books at home is one of the best ways to help a child succeed in school and beyond.
That's why the Scripps Howard Fund started the If You Give a Child a Book campaign.
So please, if you could give a child a book today,
we would be so grateful.
Okay, y'all, this is Tallahassee Democrat that's on. If you don't want to know what it is, don't read the chat right now. So the courtroom TV is behind. Look at Donna, y'all. She's scared to death. And I bet Dan was too. Yeah, nobody drop it in the chat. It's muted right now. You have sound, Liz? Hey, Jenny. I hope you've been well. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh, wait, that's Court TV. Hold on. I mean, do we need to fast forward it? I mean, come on.
Before jurors are brought in and verdict is published, I want to make sure everyone understands whatever verdict will be in the case. I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
Okay, everyone turn chat off if you don't want it to be spoiled because we're earlier than other people. Thank you, Nefertiti. I hope all is well. Thank you. Yeah, we're kind of a couple of minutes behind, so nobody spoil the verdict for everybody who's looking in the chat. If you don't want to know the verdict, don't read the chat.
Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
I wonder how Harvey is. I wonder what Harvey's gonna do. Come on, Donna. Thank you, Peachy Keen. Harvey's so worried. Harvey's like, listen, I can't take it. But I'll tell you what. If you send my little honey bun away, I'm coming after all of you.
If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yeah. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three. We, the jury, find as follows as to count three of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Yo, she's showing out. She is showing out. She thought she had a chance. Oh my God, Javi. They got you, little honey bun, Javi. Thank you, Crafting.
Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process.
She's like, up yours, Judge. This is my life. My life is gone.
You
Yes.
need a moment to collect yourself.
Yeah, I need a few.
Before the jurors
Thank you,
brought
K-Ruption.
back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
What kind of a ragtag defense team are you?
When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yeah, let's rub it in. Person by person. Let's rub it in. Let's rub it in. I bet Dan had some of these same thoughts as his life was slipping away in his garage after a regular day. She knows exactly what she did. She just thought she wasn't going to get caught. She's like, I don't ask for many things. Grateful kids didn't get that.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude their portion of the trial.
What are you talking about? Oh, screw you, you crappy lawyer. Oh, y'all are terrible. I'll be okay. I'll eat the burnt hamburger. Give the good ones to the kids. I'll eat the burnt hamburger. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm missing stuff. Hold on. Oh, Jackie, you've been a trooper. Thank you so much. Lauren, thank you. Jackie, thank you. Thank you for all your updates. She's just trying to show out. That's all she's just showing out.
Members of the jury, before
Obvious,
I
like,
discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
How could you? You stinking jury. Especially you, number 4. No baby grand for you. Everybody here is getting a TV, you hear me? Everybody's getting a TV. Especially you, number 3. I just love it. Oh, thank you, K. Bush. Thank you, Florence. Thank you, Nefertiti. Thank you, Jay Lee. I'm going through these and make sure. Thank you, Jackie. Where's that? Wait. Oh, no. Oh, they don't want the voices to be heard. Okay, I was like, wait, no, hold up now.
To you, before you are discharged, please listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case.
Yeah, turtle suit loading, Fussbach says.
To advise you of some very special privileges.
I hope Dan's parents are
by jurors.
good with this verdict.
No juror can ever be required to talk about the
Thanks for being a member for 9 months forever.
except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be
Thank you, Wing Beats, for being a member for so long.
Your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
She's literally looking over at the jury like this, like, you bunch of evil people. She wants to say something so bad to him. She wants to say something so bad. She's like, every last one of yous. Every last one.
As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client is okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well. The court then will set a separate sentencing date.
Oh, thank you, Patty girl. That's amazing. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us while we've been watching this. K-Eruption, thank you. And K-Eruption says the jury's going out for drinks with the state. And amen. Oh, Forever Wonder, thank you so much. Donna's going to talk about her goal to sentencing. For real. This isn't right. Harvey's going to never be able to find his car. Look, she's just photographing. She's up there. That's so awkward to me. I could never do that. I hope, I mean, I know it doesn't bring their son back, but I hope this is a little bit of sweet justice for them to see Donna over there shaking and crying. Go on, get her up there. Let him say what she's got to say.
Right.
Make Donna feel. Nope. Thank you. Let her face Donna. Let her turn around and face Donna.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're going to trip.
Here we go.
I already did. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, A Mother's Unveiling, The Unveiling, A Mother's Reflection on Murder, Grief, and Trial Life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy to feel purpose and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family's story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about it and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendy. has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markell name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markell family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markell Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave, and his father's history, and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelson's involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who love Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markell.
Thank you, Ms. Markell. Are there any other?
Wow, amazing. Liz, thank you so much. And Patty Girl, thank you so much. And Professor Funback, thank you so much. That was so sweet of y'all. Okay, here's his father.
Please could tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markell. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, It is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markell. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but the sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm.
Get her the turtle soup.
For a case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Ms. Dugan's October court date, Your Honor.
She said that means you're getting the turtle suit. Donna was like, what does that mean?
10/14, is that correct, Ms. Dugan? October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom 3B. Patricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you. We are in recess at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone.
Hold on, y'all. Let me put this in my calendar. Donna's like, what is he talking about? Javi, let me see Javi one last time. Javi, it's me, honey bun. I'll always be a little cinnamon honey bun, you big Texas honey bun, Javi. Don't you replace me. I guess I'm a hardened criminal. Thank you, Susie. Sitting over there, shaking her head, trying to take the Markel's moment away. One more thing she tried to take away from him. Georgia said, I am done with these fools. She said, I am done with these fools. Okay, let me put this. October 14th, right? October 14th, 2:30. Jackie is on it. Y'all give Jackie a round of applause. She has been holding it down in the courtroom for us, giving us all the insider tea. Okay, so we're talking October 14th. We're talking, discard. We're talking 2:30. We're talking Donna Adelson. Do y'all want to watch the part where they say guilty again real quick? Yeah, I want to watch the part where they say guilty again real quick. I think we should. I mean, I don't feel bad, y'all. I don't feel bad. Okay. I'm glad they let them go up there. Yeah, let's watch it again real quick. Hold on. We won't watch we gotta watch the guilty part again. I mean, this is good. Hold on, let's see what they. I wonder if those are the. You know what? I bet those are the some of the jurors. Here we go. This is the rewatch.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment, first-degree murder.
So cringy.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
My God.
The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count three.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back.
As follows as to count three of the indictment. Solicitation.
She's like, I hope y'all. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. You know, tonight Javi and I are going out to dinner. You know, it might be a little late, but we're going. We're going. You know, we're going. Oh, here comes the jury. Oh, yeah, good. Let's hurry up. Javi and I are going to have to do the drive-thru at this point. Yeah, let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Hold on.
In this case, I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that would like to agree or disagree with the verdict. If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous?
This is going to be fun, y'all.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff.
Yeah. We got too much time on our hands right now, y'all. I get too much.
Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to slow it down whenever it gets right to it.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
Let's do it even slower this time.
Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as the
Where is that?
Please bring in the jurors.
Okay, hold on. Let me get back to it.
Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
We're gonna do it slow this time, y'all. He's like, oh, my little honey bun. My little Texas Roadhouse honey bun. My murderous little lady.
If the jury four-person could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? If you please, can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict.
It's gonna take it a minute, y'all. We're just gonna let it kind of coast for a second, y'all.
We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
Okay.
Count.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave it on mute, but in slow motion so we can talk. Okay. So we can see her and talk. Here's the thing. So, okay, now let's just break it down for a little bit here. Of course, I mean, it's shocking to me that she thought she had a chance. I mean, it's like, were we at the same trial? First of all, she knows what she did in her brain, no matter what, right? She knows what she did. Okay, so there's that. They're so entitled that all the way up to this moment, they thought, oh, we can get away with this, right? We can get away with this, okay? So there's that part. Okay, now this part right here. So to anybody, it's going to be a shock, I guess, right? Of like, oh my gosh, I've just been found guilty. I'm never leaving. Like, I'm going to die here for 100% for her, right? I mean, she's at the end of her life, right? So I get that part. Okay, I get that shocking part. Now, I think this too is for the jury. She wants the jury to feel bad. She wants them. Notice how much she's just stabbing darts at them the whole time. Okay. Yeah, Brenda says she's embarrassed. 100%. She is humiliated. She's embarrassed. She has never experienced this. She's never experienced this. And so